It is shocking. What? It is shocking. Oh, can you? But where is it connected to? You that is there. It's this is connected to here. It's connected to the. I think it's connected to. It's connected to. That's the HDMI. Okay, the normal HDMI. It's connected to. You are not safe, bro. That's no. It's connected to wire. Yeah, I just wanted him to be sure. Like cautious about it. I just let out there. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, on the. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Yes. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to recognize everyone who cares for this third day, this end of the month, Nigeria 2025 conference. We want to welcome you again to the conference today. We will be starting with
Yes, I know. I'm saying.
Keynote presentation this morning. We will start with so we'll take off the Adindu.
Yeah, Chinwe, can you hear us clearly? I hope you are ready.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm ready. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Chinwe, I don't know if we're waiting for you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do I need to open up my video? I'm not sure if there's good lighting here. I'll try as much as I'm not sure my video is.
Just
I'm so sorry, my Zoom is unable to detect my camera. And okay. Can I please go ahead? Just to reconfirm, please.
yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, innovators, mappers, policy leaders, and students, everyone who is here at this meeting. Just before I start, my topic today is From Maps to Money. How can open data finance Nigeria's climate resilience? And for those who are yet to know who is speaking, my name is Chinwe Oluwatoyin Adindu. I'm a principal scientific, please pardon the noise. I'm a principal scientific officer at the National Council on Climate Change. And of course, from the name of the organization, you realize that we had to do a lot on climate resilience and mitigation. So let me begin with a question. How can we truly fight what we cannot see, measure, or map? Because in a climate crisis, what we don't map, we cannot manage. And what we cannot manage, we cannot finance. And this is just to add that I am more into the climate finance aspect when it comes to climate change. So around the world today, we see that climate change is redrawing the map of human existence. Between 2000 and 2023, over 4 billion people have been affected by climate-related disasters. Africa, even though we are responsible for less than 4% of these global emissions, bear over 70% of the cost of climate vulnerability. But here's the paradox. While climate finance gap for developing countries estimated at about $300 billion annually, a significant portion remains unspent, not because the money is not available, but because investors can't trace where the risks, the opportunities, and the impacts truly lie.
What's on the
So now
platform?
that's where maps come in. Are you talking to me, please? Okay.
No, sorry, apologies.
So I was trying to say that the climate finance, even though has been unspent, is not because the money isn't available, but because we are unable to trace where the risks, the opportunities, and the impact truly lies. And that is where maps come in. That's where the mapping, the data, and the climate communities come together with a purpose. So open maps are not just for navigation. They are actually financial compasses. They point us to where resilience must be financed, where loss must be prevented, and where communities must be empowered. When we move from maps to money, we move from talk to transformation. And so you're saying we're moving from satellite imagery to investment pipelines, from open data to open doors for Nigeria's future. Across Nigeria, climate risks are no longer distant headlines, they are our daily realities. If you recall, in 2022, the flood displaced over 1.4 million people across 30 states. And I think it's been recorded as the worst in a decade. In the Niger Delta, mangrove forests and natural carbon sinks are being lost faster than we can replant. And yet, beneath these challenges lies untapped opportunity. And that opportunity begins with data, credible, open, and geo-referenced. So through State of the Map Nigeria, I believe that young mappers are beginning to fill the blank spaces on our national climate stories. Mapping floodplains, charting erosion hotspots, digitizing wetlands, and identifying renewable energy potential zones. Every polygon, every point, every data set is quietly reshaping how climate finance can flow. I actually have also worked with the Red Plus project here in Nigeria, and I'll tell a story. I think it was about 2017, while supporting the Red Plus Readiness Project in Cross River State. We visited a small community near the Ekuri Forest Reserve. And then we were told the reason why they protected the forest. They told us that they protect the forest because the forest protects them. And they've been able to track, these deforestation patterns even before satellites arrived. But they were not able to they lacked the funding, the tools to stop it. And for those who do not know what Red Plus is, it is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And so when mapping tools and spatial data entered the process, something powerful happened. As governments and our development partners, we could see literally the carbon value that were stored in these trees. The map became the evidence behind multi-million-dollar investment proposal to support forest protection and local livelihoods. It was that day that I realized that the forest has always been valuable. It just wasn't visible. And once it was mapped, it became bankable. And that's the power of going from maps to money. So I know that so many persons, mappers, data scientists, policy makers, feel both hope and frustration. Hope because you know open data can change lives. Frustration maybe because oftentimes our map end up as beautiful visuals on PowerPoint slides, unseen, unfunded, unused. But here is this, your work is not invisible. Every coordinate you plot, every data set you refine brings us one step closer to a Nigeria that can attract finance with credibility and distribute it with accountability. So the world is watching for countries like Nigeria that can align data with delivery. And Nigeria can lead that movement if we invest in our open data ecosystems. Here is the truth. Climate finance doesn't just start with money. It starts with information. So to unlock the billions for adaptation and resilience, we need to map vulnerability so that funds can reach the right communities. We need mapped assets so investors know what to protect. And then we need to map our progress, that every dollar spent, every naira spent can be tracked transparently. These are different things that can be mapped. So imagine if every flood-prone area, every degraded mangrove, every emission hotspot were mapped, verified, and layered with economic value. That's when our just transitioning becomes possible with a lot of investable opportunities. Like I said earlier, I work at the National Council on Climate Change. We are beginning to embed geospatial intelligence into climate finance architecture. From our carbon market readiness to our NDC implementation to nature-based solutions like the REDD+ and the Blue Carbon. Our aim is to make climate data not just accessible, but bankable, to make every map a magnet for finance. Because in this decade, data is the new currency, and maps are the new marketplaces. So I believe that this open data is a bridge between climate ambition and climate finance. So when we say from maps to money, I'm not just describing a process, I'm actually defining a movement. And so my call to you today is simple. Let's make open maps the backbone of Nigeria's resilience story. Let's ensure that every data set tells a story that investors can trust. And let's turn evidence into equity, mapping into meaning. Because a mapped Nigeria is a climate-ready Nigeria, and a visible Nigeria is, of course, a viable Nigeria. So through open data, one can finally attract the funds that we need, the funds that we need to protect lives, livelihoods, and our shared future. So to every mapper, to all the policymakers in the room, partners, students, please keep mapping, keep believing, and keep bridging the gap between knowledge and finance. Because together, we can move not just from maps to money, but from money to meaning. Because at the end of time, the impact we make is what will speak for us. Thank you so much.
So much, Adindu, for that amazing presentation. One thing we noticed with your presentation is you mentioned that it's a movement. It's a movement. It's not just a presentation. So, and we all need to key in to that movement to ensure that we are able to make use of our maps to drive money making, especially in climate finance. Let's see if we have any question for her. Only question for in person.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to find out if there is any relationship between your research and the input of politicians who are actually controlling the money that you're talking about. Have you been able to liaise with government officials with respect to providing the map that we need so that we can actualize your objective or the title of your paper from map to money and from money to meaning?
Yeah, did you hear that?
Yes, I heard that. That is if I'm sure I understand his question. So I'm
Okay,
glad
the
you asked
question,
because
the
I
question
think he's
is,
asking how, okay.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I think he's asking if if we have been able to reach out to the politicians. I think that was what I heard.
Yes, yes, because it's concerned about the money that you are talking about, and then those who are in power, who are in control of the money, the politicians.
Okay, thank you so much. First, it's not a research. Like I said, I work with the government. And so the National Council on Climate Change was established by law in 2021 to coordinate climate actions across government. So including how we mobilize and track any form of financing. And so for us, we are just the technical and coordinating hub, while of course the political guys will play the key role in budgeting, endorsing our policies and any fiscal control. So yes, we have a relationship with those guys, that's the politicians like you mentioned. But however, we as the National Council, we only provide the data, the evidence, and the coordination framework. We have the convening authority to gather all key stakeholders within a sector. And so, but if you look at climate change as a whole and the finance I'm talking about, you realize that climate change, the solution to climate change is the amount of money needed to actually address this thing is actually more than we have in our budget. And like I said, developing countries has been estimated to need about 300 billion annually. And that is for Africa. And I'm sure that is just like an estimate, not like the proper amount that is needed. And that is why we know that the finance that is needed to resolve climate change issues would come, especially from the private sector, not even from the not from our budgetary allocations and all. So the politicians do not really, I would not say they have the money with them, because the monies that we use are monies got like tax that are supposed to be meant for developmental issues. And so when we're talking of climate finance, it goes beyond the normal development issues that these politicians need to handle. It goes beyond that. And that is why I also mentioned that Africa emits less. We emit less than 4% of the global emissions. And so for us to actually achieve this, we actually need to reach out to international donors, partners, the private sectors, to be able to address this. Now, that is why maps, for me, I believe that map is a very key tool that is needed to actually get the financing. Because if you're able to come up with a map to say, I've been able to map out this area, that this area we've noticed over the last 10 years, you're able to probably get a mapping that shows progress or that shows degradation over a period of time. And that is data. And so that data that you have with you will attract the financing. So the politicians, it's usually hard for you to be able to interpret how this thing is going to be of benefit to them. And so one way we also use to get them, and I think that is where, I'm sorry, I'm saying a lot of things at the same time. I think that is where we have, I will call it a clash, because you find out that most of the climate solutions we have are actually long-term. However, these politicians have a very short term. And so you see that we have this contrast between having to deliver on climate solutions with delivering on the development priorities of these politicians that should be rather short term. So we actually do reach out to them, and they've been giving their endorsement on the policies, and we've been ensuring that climate change projects are being embedded in our budgets. And so that is the best I think they've been able to do, and that's what we also have been able to do. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Is anyone speaking? I can't hear from the other end. Hello. Can you hear me? I can't hear anything from your end.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've been able to.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry, we got cut out. Sorry, I don't know if you could come again a bit from.
Yes.
Okay, no, Ms. Chinwe, we got cut out a bit towards the ending.
Sorry, I didn't get that. What did you say?
I think they lost the connection a bit.
Okay, so what's the request, please?
If you could come again from behind, yeah.
Okay, you told me you want me to go over my response again.
Yes. Just we got disconnected, so I think. Hello, are you with us?
Is there no a way in which the politicians can help the mapping? Because I overheard that the last Senate president was also a GIS expert from Rectors. I believe they can also help us to have more recognition on mapping than the situation which it is now.
Yeah, can we have the name of the person speaking?
Sophie Ogunjobi Gregory from Polybado.
Kindly rename your Zoom, please, so that we can have your names on the screen. Thank
okay.
You. And if you want to ask question or make comment, you just raise your digital.
Okay.
Thank you for that contribution. Chinwe,
okay, so I'm here again, if you can hear me. Yes, so please, so sorry for the whole noise. I think the first question was, how can we get these politicians to begin to, I think that's what he's trying to say, to begin to.
Yes.
Okay. So first, I needed to clarify that the National Council on Climate Change is just a coordinated hub that brings together the key stakeholders in a particular sector to address any climate finance issues. And so that the National Council was established by law in 2021. And so we just serve by playing key roles, in technical and coordination. So we believe that the political leadership, which lies with the ministries, the governors, the legislators, they play their own role in budgeting, in policy endorsement and fiscal control. That is their own role in ensuring that climate change projects are embedded in the budget, to ensure that we're able to develop policies that are endorsed, at the highest political level. And of course, fiscal control to ensure that financing also flows to these climate change projects and programs. And I think that is the best they can really do when you come to financing. And so the key thing is that when projects and programs are ongoing, to ensure that when you are at a program, for example, say on Just Transition Program or on NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution as a policy, ensure that the GIS aspect is embedded in the work activities or measures or actions that will be taken, right? So if we are going to be able to if we are going to say that one of the measures or one of the actions will be climate smart agriculture, you should be able to speak up and speak out as to how GIS needs to really come in, as to how mapping needs to come in. Because except you're able to highlight the importance of mapping in a program or project, people would not think or see the need. However, I think as we actually grow and develop, because a lot of us are all learning in the process, we are all learning as we all go. People are beginning to see the importance of mapping actually. So for me, like I said, I worked in the forestry sector, that's the RED Plus project. There was no way we were going to be successful with the RED Plus project if we did not have to map, if we did not have to do the satellite imagery thing. Because for us to be able to go and say, yes, there is deforestation happening in Taraba State or in Ondo State, we needed guys, the experts in this area, to be able to actually map out the state for us. And so when they have done this mapping, we now go for ground truthing, right? We now visit those sites, go and see for ourselves, and then take inventory. So until you're able to show the importance of this mapping and how it can generate funds, these politicians, the truth is they are there for the money. So you should be able to come with a win-win approach, a situation where you are winning and they are also winning in terms of development, winning also in terms of the financial aspect, because at the end of the day, all of these things still needs money. And I also went for that to say that climate change, there's this, I wouldn't say a disconnect, but there is this clash between the short-term delivery of the politicians and the long-term process it takes for us to actually achieve some of these climate solutions. And that is why you see that a lot of politicians, I mean core politicians now, may not really want to buy into some of these projects, except to come up with short-term, low-hanging fruits, for them to see how they are able to carry out a project that actually meets the development priorities and at the same time is addressing climate change. So it's ensuring that development priorities are actually climate smart. By that way, you are able to prove that mapping is very important. If you are not able to also show that maps are, I think I call them, there's a term that I gave them, more like, I can't remember, is it investment tools? If you're not able to prove that your map is a data that is actually needed to attract financing, then how can, because some of these politicians are not experts. So yourself, who is an expert, should be able to let them see how important your maps are. So I think it's being able to actually infiltrate into some of these government programs, that's why networking is very important. So when you're invited, you're able to speak up and speak out as to how maps are really, really important in carrying out any climate change. In fact, there's this, I have a lot of examples on ground. There's this EU CBAM, is a carbon border adjustment mechanism, right? And so we realized that this EU CBAM has shown that for every export or import into their country, has to be either georeference, something of that nature, or tagged, right? And so you see that that is also an opportunity to begin to tap into, to go help these farmers, people who want to export their cocoa, people who want to export any of the agricultural produce, to ensure that you map out those farms, to ensure that probably that area has never been forested before it turned into a farm. You know, looking at the land use, land change issues. So there are a lot of opportunities. And I think we need to probably start looking inward. Looking inward, I mean, is like the private sector. The amount of money that is needed to actually address climate change issues is much more than we have in our budget. And so that is why we need to begin to come up with more innovative ideas, come up with, you know, very innovative ways that we can prove that maps are very, very important. You cannot achieve REDD+ without maps. You cannot achieve a lot of other projects without maps. So how do we map vulnerabilities? If you're able to come up with a proposal, for example, you develop your project proposal, and you're able to say, based on this map, based on my mapping, I've been able to find out that this community has suffered from flooding for the past whatever years. It has led to migration, it has led to conflict, it has led to this, you know. If you're able to actually interpret your maps, and I believe that you'll be able to attract the financing, because what a lot of financiers are looking for is the data. They, you know, they need a climate rationale. Why do we need to give you this financing? So outside, we need to begin to look outside of these politicians, begin to look, you know, outside of these guys, to start looking for other means whereby we can actually attract this financing. The financing I'm talking about is not with the politicians. You don't expect them to use taxpayers' money to come and start doing some other things, right? So we need to begin to look at the private sectors, the international partners and donors, people who have this money on the table that are just looking for data, you know, to back up the financing. And I think that would be response I have for now. So climate finance is not just about the money, it's about smarter ways of, you know, spending the existing funds. So you have to come up with smarter ways on how we can spend the money that we already have. If you come up with something great and you have the access to these politicians, I believe that you'll be able to have an inroad. Yes, that's my response for now, and I hope it helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have responded well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinwe, for that amazing response. We still have another question or comment from this end, from Professor Chukwunoyele Obalokaka. Prof, go ahead.
Okay, as I was saying, thank you for the answers you have provided so far. We know that in Nigeria, federal government appropriates monies to governors as constituency projects, for their constituency projects. And most times, the monies are not used appropriately for those purposes. I don't know whether your agency or your council has a way of following up with the governors, whether the purpose for which the monies were provided was executed or not. Because most times the monies are sent into their own private pockets. So do you have any way of monitoring the activities of the governors with respect to the monies appropriated to them for those constituency projects? Thank you. I don't know whether she heard me.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. That's actually a very valid concern. I think well, this is something that often comes up when we talk about climate financing and accountability, right? You're absolutely right to say that the federal government appropriates funds for all these projects. of course with best intentions, but usually without consistent monitoring and aligning it with national priorities. But I know that we do not have, even the federal government do not seem to have a say as to how some of these appropriations actually go. And so the National Council on Climate Change would not also go outside of his mandate, because our mandate is clear, it's on climate change. And so instead of policing some of these governors like they could term it, what we do is to create a transparent framework, a data-driven framework where people are able to report the progress they have made so far, and then for follow-up and accountability. And that is why, as part of the programs and actions and measures we have in line, in the pipeline, is coming up with a climate finance, I call it dictionary, so where we're able to actually define what climate finance is really. So we want to know, when monies come to you, what do we call climate finance? What do we call development finance? And so when you talk of the monies that have been given to some of, we are not really sure if they were actually for development issues or climate issues, because there is actually a difference between development finance and climate finance. There's a very big difference. So development finance, or monies that are for development issues, are the usual development programs and priorities that needs to be undertaken by the government. When you talk of climate change, we are now trying to say this is beyond us. We just realized that over the past several years, this has been occurring, not because development is not in place, but because this is something we can no longer control. And so that is more like the difference between development finance and climate finance, which is why a lot of people write project proposals and do not get funding, because at the end of the day, a lot of people write proposals that are for development issues rather than a climate issue. So you need to have like a climate rationale. And so what we do at the council is to ensure that all tiers of government, the subnationals, are able to also have their own climate change act, at the subnational, so that they are able to report, be geotagged, and tracked within our climate change registry. We are also in the process of building and developing our own national climate registry. We also have been able to collaborate with the Budget Office, Ministry of Finance, because we are not clearly on finance issues. We just coordinate all activities around climate change. So the Ministry of Finance, Budget Office, Office of the Accountant General, we're able to collaborate with them to see how climate criteria can also be mainstreamed into tracking of their budget. So if a governor says they've used 500 million naira for flood resilience, we need to be able to verify where and how that happened, spatially, not just on paper. So we are also trying to collaborate with all of these guys. We also strengthen partnerships. We support them by providing technical assistance, and that is where some of you can come in. You can decide to provide technical assistance and mapping data to some of these governors to help them design, bankable, evidence-based climate projects, so that it makes it easier for them to deliver. Because actually, I think a lot of them do not roadmap as to how to deliver on some of these things. And so if we're able to come up with technical assistance and provide to these governors, maybe, just maybe, we're able to give them the tools to succeed. And I think with what the open data, what you people have been doing through your dashboard, we can also see where these projects are being executed. So for us at the Climate Change Council, we just coordinate. We don't really have to police them. And I think accountability actually doesn't come from confrontation, it comes from coordination and transparency. And so we are trying to see how all of the projects are actually traceable, by coming up with an MRV framework. I think last 2 weeks, some of us were at Lagos with some key stakeholders to come up with a framework where we can begin to report, monitor our projects. I don't know if this helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chinwe Adindu, for the excellent response to all the questions. We will certainly want to invite you again, especially our Unique Mappers Network, so that we can interact more with you and probably have a training workshop and see how to synergize, because this is like you mentioned, open mapping is a movement, and the state of the map Nigeria is also a movement. And just like you mentioned, climate financing and this aspect of turning our maps to money is a movement. So we have a connect, and we look forward that we are going to expand and work on this. Thank you so much for being there and
Thank you,
giving
sir.
us this excellent keynote talk.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Sunday. I would really want to appreciate you for this platform, State of the Map, Nigeria platform that you have actually started. I believe, like you said, it's a movement, and I can't wait to see how far we can go with this State of the Map program. I believe that this platform will begin to make the impact, and I think I'll take this into consideration henceforth to ensure that at our programs at our programs to be able to push for some of these ideas where satellite mapping, GIS, remote sensing will actually be an integral part of developing a policy project and program. Thank you so much once again. Good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on the line is Joachim Gwoke, joining us from Uganda. He will be speaking to us. Joachim, are you in?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you for joining us from Uganda. Unfortunately, you were not here in person. We still look forward that next year you will push aside your busy schedule to enable us have you here next year.
Yes.
Thank you for working with us and collaborating with Unique Mappers all this while, including our Geospatial community empowerment. You've always been there. Thank you, and we look forward to sharing from your presentation. You can go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay. Are we able to see my screen now? Hello, is everyone able to see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can see. It's okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Unique Mappers Nigeria, and welcome to State of the Map. This is day 3. My presentation is on a tool to be used. I see from day 1 we have talked about things we are doing. We've talked about things we want to do and problems to solve. So what I'm introducing is just another tool to add to help you get data, use data, and solve your problems. So the tool I'm introducing is called DuckDB. It's a database tool, and it's small and very easy to use, especially for our case. So this is the problem space we have with in GIS and generally data in general. GIS, normally you have heavy data, and the process of extracting, loading that data, extracting, transforming, and loading that data is cumbersome. It's a long process. The general tools normally you have for your data, everybody's used to QGIS and PostGIS. Of course, PostGIS being the GIS component from PostgreSQL, that's a very big database that is normally used to run the big systems within the GIS community. So with most times the way we work, we don't need to pull down so many gigabytes of data to get to work. Now what DuckDB does is just pull for you the data that you need at that particular moment. You don't need, because for example, if you are working directly with QGIS, you want to pull, let's say, a Parquet file that has data on, let's say, West Africa. Any attempt to pull that from any site would bring you data to the size of hundreds of megabytes or gigabytes. And that's already a load on your system, and that's already a load on your internet connection. But with DuckDB, you are querying the data source direct. You're only pulling what you need. And that is normally what saves you. It also means you don't need a very big computer to do the work. All you need is just a little, and that can work. So I'm mainly coming from my experience. There are times when I need a very big file from any of the data sources like Sentinel. There is a way to just query that data source, pick what you need, and work on that. So DuckDB allows us to do something like that instead of using a very big and cumbersome process that we are used to. So these are just some of the features of DuckDB and what it is. So when they say it is an embeddable in process, SQL, that is just the database language. OLAP database, that is online analytical processing database. So it is mainly good for analytics, for analyzing data. Most of us deal with databases that just pull data and then transact. But this one here is mainly analytical. You can run it independently. You can also run it along with other programs. And it is more of a process and not a server. Most databases we interact with either directly or indirectly are servers. Even when you go to OSM and you interact with either their websites or you try to edit their data or contribute, you're dealing directly with a very big database. And that's on a server. But this one here is more of a process. It's just one file and it's very fast. So the reason why they say it is fast and they have made it fast is when we interact with databases, we are mainly going row by row. The database is picking data row by row, but this one here picks first by column and then by row and in batches. So it sort of reads ahead of the data that you want and then waits for you to react to that data. Now, DuckDB is just a single file which you download and it will run anywhere. Even on your phone, if you're brave enough, you can load that on your phone and try it. Now, it's able to pull in several types of data, whether text data formats in text files, Parquet files, these are CSV, JSON. These are mainly the common data formats we deal with, either in GIS and beyond. So this is just an example use case. Let's say, like for my case, I thought I could use this. Unique Mappers Nigeria is running a mapping campaign in Benue State, and is Katsina Ala, that is the local government area. The campaign has been going on for a while. So data, of course, in OpenStreetMaps is always changing. Sometimes you want to get snapshots and see what is happening, see what people are mapping, see what is available. This is actually very good for you if you're a town planner or anybody interested in local government data, either for health or infrastructure or any field you're in. it is easy for you to use DuckDB just to get a snapshot of what is happening. Even today and even at this moment, you can get that data using DuckDB. So for this demo, what I used was something called Bash. Bash is more of a scripting language. It's common in Linux. If you're on Windows, you can use what they call PowerShell. I don't have the PowerShell example right now, but at the end of the day, I'm going to load that somewhere where you can access it. We use something called curl. Curl is mainly used to fetch data from the internet. Each time anybody interacts with anything on the internet, curl is in the background. So then, of course, we have DuckDB here. Then JQ and T are for formatting the data that you download from OpenStreetMap. Is there a question? Okay, let me go ahead. So on the next page, this is just a breakdown of the code that I would use for this. So this code will not run, it's just a demo. I'm showing you of how you structure your code to pull down this data. So this is the part that has the curl code. You will definitely post this. So what you're doing here, OpenStreetMap has what they call overpass. Overpass will allow you to access data, live data of what is happening, what is being added or removed in a certain location on OpenStreetMaps. If it is Uganda, Nigeria, or China, you can use overpass. I think yesterday we had a demo where someone used overpass and through QGIS to pull some data. So this is a demo of the same thing, except here we are looking for data on buildings within the Katsina-Ala local government area. So what this part of the code is going to do is pull down the data in what they call a JSON file. Then the next part is what DuckDB does. It pulls that JSON file data into its system and then queries it to give you information on buildings. This is just pseudocode. It doesn't run here, but I have that running on my machine. So normally the result would get from this is a count of all buildings at the time you run that query in Overpass. So let me just show you a demo of that. So when we're starting this presentation, I ran this query in the background. So what you have from this window here is a count of all the houses, all the buildings in Katsina-Ala local government area. This is as of about 30 minutes ago. This is what has managed to pull down. And this is the classification of buildings from within OpenStreetMap data as of today. So if someone was mapping in the night and added data, this is the count we have for today. So you can see the build where it says yes, those are the total number of buildings. The rest are just classifications of buildings according to what they are and how they are tagged in OpenStreetMaps. So another query I ran on Overpass was just to look at power infrastructure within a suburb in Kampala, Uganda. So this is the count it gave me. You can see the number of poles, you can see minor lines, you can see cables, you can see generators. So that is the kind of data that you see out of DuckDB. So when should you use DuckDB? Just like I previously posted, you want something quick out of a system or from somewhere on the internet or even on a local system. That is when you can use DuckDB to just to pull that data and see what's happening. Let's say you have something to present to your team or your department and you want quick data for that presentation. You can use DuckDB to dig into your database or your data sources, pull that data, clean it, and present. You can also clean data before you take it to PostGIS or QGIS. Then there are those who have what they call continuous integration, continuous development pipelines. That is just something that happens in the background, which people use, where you test, you check, You build, you present or deploy. So another thing, DuckDB is not a replacement for PostGIS or any database GIS system. These are because something like PostGIS is part of PostgreSQL. Now MySQL also has that. Now those are systems you deploy and they run. Whenever you access websites or GIS systems, in the background you have PostGIS presenting you that data that you see and use. So DuckDB is not a replacement for them. It is just an add-on that helps you work alongside those systems. So how do I get, or how does anybody get DuckDB? If you're on a system which has Linux or MacBook, you can download the binary, or you can install, there are ways you can install DuckDB through a language called R. You can do them through JavaScript and a few other languages. Most of the resources are on the website. Just go to duckdb.org. You will find most of the information on how to get started with that. So as you can see in the resource here, the website I queried OpenStreetMap data from is here. And what I queried was called Overpass API. And that's where you get that data from. So I know I've been very brief on this. Just a recap and a quick one. DuckDB is just helping you eliminate that friction and that difficulty when you're bringing data to your systems or extracting or using data. You can access data quickly, you can present data quickly. And it's an evolving tool. You can use it. You can contribute to it because it's open source and it's free. You can ask the developers and maintainers to add features for you to use it. Yeah. Thank you. Do I have any questions?
Yes, my own question is that
Yes.
can it be integrated with Google Earth? So because I can see filtering there, so that if
Yes.
it is integrated with what's it called, Google Earth, we can filter, because I saw all the buildings of different categories from the data you're on. So can it be possible?
Yes. Yes.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. You can actually, if let's say you have your data in Google Sheets even, or an Excel file,
Okay.
you can connect DuckDB and run your queries from that as well, if you want to.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
That's
So,
okay.
Gregory, can we
Can we just allow you to finish his presentation?
You said what? I'm Ogunjobi
Okay.
Gray from the Polytechnic Ibadan.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. Are you done?
Yes, I am done. I'm now taking questions. It was very quick.
Okay, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Joachim. Let's have questions from the online and the virtual participants. Hello, Joachim,
Yes,
can
please.
you hear? Okay,
Yes, I can hear
beautiful.
you.
Okay, please, let's have questions. We have, we have someone here.
Okay, I have a question. Can the extension be added? Can the plugin be added on ArcMap, ArcGIS? And can it be used online, just like Overpass 2, but without having to install it on your device?
Those are two questions. The first one, I have not used ArcGIS yet, but I've used QGIS. I think it should be possible to add that because I'm basing on the relation between ArcGIS and QGIS. Both of them allow you to connect to databases. So I think it's possible. You can have that. I know there's a plugin in QGIS for it. And then
Okay.
using it online, it is easier for you to download it. And then you can now query whatever is online or offline using it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, do we have question or comment from online participants? Okay, Joachim, Prof has a question.
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Prof.
My question is, who developed the software?
It is developed. Yes. There's a
Is there
team. I think it's a Dutch person who developed that for their own use, but they have open sourced it, so anybody
Okay.
can use it. You can modify it. You can also suggest to them if you want modifications made for you. So it is free. It's open source. Anybody can use that.
All right. Thank you. It's open source. Anyone can access that. Any other question from online participants? All right. So, okay, we still have questions from this end for Joachim.
Yes, I don't know whether I really get that very well, but I want to ask whether the only advantage of DuckDB is just because it can be used to extract larger data, or is it doing the same work with the other softwares like the QGIS and others?
It's just I get that question. You're asking whether the only advantage is it can be used to extract large amounts of data like QGIS.
Yes.
The advantage it has is it's a very small file, uses very small resources on your hardware. And its method of bringing data to you will not stress your internet connection or stress your hardware. The way it is designed, it will extract data even from the side of the internet, analyze, and give you just the analyzed data. Not the normal way we are used to, where you carry the whole huge 2 gigabyte or 10 gigabyte file to your machine, then clean, then start trying to analyze. It is able to do all that from the internet side. That's one of the advantages it has. And then it is very easy for you to do what they call automation, where you write a small program or script, tell it to run at particular times or do particular things. You just write that once, run it once, and go away. Now with QGIS, it's extremely difficult. You would have to have the whole QGIS still running on that machine. And that takes up a lot of your resources, and it is actually more complicated. This one is a lot easier. Like these tools I tried to show you here, I'll actually share the code later in the day. You can modify them. You can have them running every day for an hour. Every day for an hour or per hour. And it will continuously do what you want. You will extract data, you will transform, you will load that data. Those are some of the advantages it has compared to a big tool like QGIS or ArcGIS. But you cannot use it alone, since its biggest role is to extract data, transform, and load data. That is the kind of data that you would put into QGIS or any other analysis tool to help you. So those are some of the advantages it has over the other bigger tools. Yes, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Joachim, for introducing us to DuckDB. And I look forward that the community will start using that. We'd love to invite you again at our Geospatial Community Empowerment as we move on. And I want to appreciate for your sustained collaboration with Unique Mappers Network. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for hosting me. Thank you, Nigeria. Thank you, Unique Mappers.
Thank you, our brother from Uganda.
You're welcome.
So, before we go on a short break, I will just want to have another online presenter show us what she is doing or she has done, and let's throw questions to her. She's an MSc student, and she has just packaged her work, and I believe this is part of mock exam or defense for the presentation. So, Chinenye Kalu, are you there? Is she there? Chinenye Kalu, are you there? Okay, she's there. She's one of my MSc students. Let's see what she's presenting and please ask her questions.
Okay, I'm trying to share this. Okay. It seems not to be.
Please, off the background radio playing.
Okay.
Can you share your screen?
Okay. I'm trying to. Is it showing on your screen right now?
Yes. It's on now.
Okay, but somehow it's not showing on my end.
I think it has gone off again.
Why is it not working? I normally use it all the time.
Yes, it's on now.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay, I think it's showing now. It's showing now, right?
Yeah, go ahead. We are sharing from this end. Please go ahead.
Okay, good, perfect.
We are sharing from this end.
All right. My name is Chinenye Kalu, and I am going to be talking on. But this thing is so tiny right now. I would have preferred to share from my end. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to be talking on. I'm a research student, a master's research student in the University is off.
Hello, you are on initially. So just continue with the
but
slides.
it seems off. It's off. I can't see. I thought you were sharing from your end. But let me try and log on from here, see if it will work.
It's okay now, it's on. Just keep on with the slides. You can see.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think it's better now. Okay. So we are going to be talking about the state of the map 2025, and I'm discussing my topic. Okay, I think it was better I start with the fact that I am a master's student of the University of Port Harcourt in the Department of Public Health. So I am going to present my thesis, which is on mosquito activities and its determinants in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. This thesis is majorly talking about the environmental factors that has led to an increase in mosquito activities in Port Harcourt. And we all know that mosquitoes are carriers of disease vectors known as malaria, dengue fever, and others. And this research, I must mention, is supervised by Dr. Sunday Victor, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Geography and Environmental Management at the University of Port Harcourt. All right, so let's start. Mosquito-borne diseases, especially malaria, dengue, and Zika, remain serious threats to public health in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. The city's rapid urbanization, poor drainage, and weak waste management create ideal mosquito breeding sites, while Nigeria continues to carry the world's largest malaria burden, heavily affecting children and pregnant women, according to World Health 2023. And arboviruses like dengue are an emerging concern, with Aedes aegypti adapting well to crowded urban settings. Port Harcourt's warm, humid climate accelerates mosquito reproduction and transmission, and climate change is expected to worsen these threats. The strain on healthcare facilities is immense, with diagnostic challenges and economic costs that trap families in circles of illness and poverty. Okay. Okay, I'm not the one sharing screen. Can you go down? Okay. Hello? Okay, so now we are in the, sorry, let's go back to problem statement, okay? Okay, I think I have to reduce. No, it's too small. Problem statement. Port Harcourt remains a high-risk area for mosquito-borne diseases, yet public health action is limited by a lack of localized evidence-based data. Current control strategies often fail because they are not tailored to neighborhood-specific breeding patterns, leaving interventions unfocused and inefficient. The city's healthcare system faces a heavy and unequal burden as malaria and other mosquito-borne diseases consume scarce resources and disproportionately affect poorer communities with inadequate housing and drainage. At the community level, control practices are inconsistent and unsustainable. Insecticide-treated net use is irregular, Reliance on insecticide sprays is short-lived, and awareness of preventive measures such as lacidiving remains very low. This allows mosquito populations to rebound quickly. Meanwhile, rapid urbanizations and climate change are intensifying risk, with new breeding sites constantly emerging and warmer. Oh, can you, okay, don't worry. Okay, yes, good. Thank you. Study justification. Mosquito-borne diseases remain a major public health challenge in Port Harcourt, driven by the city's tropical climate and poor infrastructure. Rapid urbanization is also a major problem. Stagnant water in blocked drains, refuse dumps, and open containers create abundant breeding sites, while inconsistent community cleanups, poor housing, and limited knowledge of control measures sustain mosquito activity and disease transmission. Despite the high burden, current control strategies are broad and reactive, lacking localized evidence on breeding habitats, biting patterns, and seasonal variations. This study is therefore justified as it seeks to fill the gaps as it seeks to fill these gaps by identifying key breeding sites, assessing activity patterns, evaluating resident control practices, and determining the prevalence and risk factors of mosquito-borne diseases. Next, let's study. Okay. Oh, this is kind of okay.
You have 5 minutes left.
I need to. I'm trying to make it appear back here.
Just in the next video, you tell us what you have done. Can you hear me?
The slide is okay. You can continue. The slide is okay. You can continue.
It's not showing at my end. Okay, I know what I'll do. I think I have.
What is your project? So
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Don't worry, I will just
Hello?
continue with another. I think I can just continue. I don't really need that because at my end, it's not really showing. Okay, so what I want to do, I will just continue. Let me just continue. It doesn't matter. So you can be moving the slide as I go.
Hello?
Problem statement. Okay,
Hello,
justification.
Chinenye, can you hear me?
Let's continue with aims and objective. I can talk about it. It doesn't matter whether it's showing or not. I can use another.
Hello, ma. Hello, ma. Can you hear us? Please go to your aims. Go to your aim and objective, and also let us all know your methodology, and as well give us the results.
Okay.
Hello, Chinenye, can you hear me?
This study aims to investigate mosquito activity and its determinants in Port Harcourt. The objective is the first one. Yeah, I'm hearing you, sir.
Okay, can you just stop? Give us a summary of what you have done.
Okay, can I just talk about the objectives, then I'll summarize. Okay, so the first objective is to identify
what you have done.
Okay, the first objective is to identify mosquito breeding sites in Port Harcourt Metropolis. 2, to assess mosquito activity patterns in Port Harcourt Metropolis. 3, to assess mosquito control measures by residents in Port Harcourt. 4, to determine the prevalence of mosquito-transmitted diseases among residents. 5, to address the factors associated with mosquito activities. Study area and design. The research was conducted.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Can you hear
the
me?
study area I'm using is going to be a cross-sectional study and is a multi-stage study. So we go to the next one, study population. The study population is focused on adult residents. I'm on study population. Go to the next slide. This thing have really. Okay, so we are focusing on.
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, sir, but it's breaking.
Okay, now listen. We want you to summarize what you have done. We have seen the slide. The slide is with us. So summarize what you have done. Tell us the results you got.
So let's just go straight to result then, no problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
Let us have the result and your findings.
Tell us the outcome.
Okay, so let's go to result 1. Move the slide to result 1. So I created a table of my findings. In this table, the parameters I used to identify mosquito breeding sites, because the purpose of this study was not only to identify mosquito breeding sites, but to also find out if those breeding sites are located on the map. Now, the breeding sites parameters that we used for this was stagnant water bodies around homes. We distributed questionnaires, about 378 of them, which we adjusted to 370. So out of the 370 respondents, 247 said yes, there were stagnant waters around their homes, while 123 said no, there were no stagnant waters. Okay, so other parameters, as you can see, uncovered containers, mosquito larvae observed, refuse dumps near homes, blocked gutters around compounds, open water storage containers, drainage systems regularly cleaned, bushy surroundings near homes, and recent community cleanup exercises. These were their responses. In all of this, I discovered that the major environmental indicators of mosquito breeding sites in the study areas were stagnant water around homes, which accounted for 66.8% of the total respondents, while refuse dumps by living close to residents accounted for 65%. Mosquito larvae were also observed in 61.9% of the household, while blocked gutters accounted for 58%, and uncovered containers accounted for 53%. Only 27% said they had clean drainage, they had their drainage cleaned regularly, indicating that widespread breeding conditions, but limited preventive practices in Port Harcourt. That was the
discussion of findings.
Then for the next, this thing for result 2, which took care of objective 2, which was to identify mosquito activity pattern. We looked at the frequency of sighting mosquitoes. We also looked at the peak activity time, and of course, the most frequent location that this mosquito bite happened. Then we used parameters such as daily.
Please, can you just go to discussion of finding? Your time is up. Thank you very much. So you can unmute yourself, please. You're muted. Just unmute yourself and discussion of findings, please.
Okay, so discussion. We discovered after all the analysis, We discovered that high mosquito activity was associated with younger age, low education, and poor housing, as well as poor drainage conditions. Stagnant water, open containers, and blocked gutters were major breeding site locations, especially in Diob, Bundu waterfront, and marine bays, which recorded the highest mosquito densities and household risk. Malaria was the most reported mosquito-borne disease, affecting over 70% of respondents. The use of insecticide-treated nets and sprays reduced malaria occurrence, but it was inconsistent and it was not practiced. Poor environmental sanitation and lack of community cleanup increased mosquito presence. These findings increased the need for integrated vector control and improved environmental hygiene. Conclusion. This study demonstrates that mosquito activities in Port Harcourt is sustained by environmental, social, and behavioral factors, poor drainage, open water containers, and weak waste management systems, which created persistent breeding sites. While the city's wet tropical climate further intensified this problem, mosquito activity peaked activity during the rainy season, driving high malaria prevalence. Although residents used some control measures, inconsistent practices, low awareness of larvidizing, and weak community sanitation limit effectiveness, malaria remains widespread, especially among children under 5, which highlights gaps in both vector control and case management. The findings underscored that rapid urban growth, poor infrastructure, and social inequality compound this challenge. Addressing mosquito-borne disease, education, and sustained community participation in line with global health sustainable goals. These are the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chinenye, Kalu, for your presentation. You took a longer time. We just wanted you to go straight to the points without, reading through. 5 minutes would have been okay for you. So thank you for your presentation. Do we have questions from audience for Chinenye? Any question? Okay.
Okay. Please, I want to ask, is there a possibility of completely removing mosquitoes? And how do we go about that? And what agencies do you think can be engaged to bring this to pass?
Completely removing mosquito will be a challenge because mosquito is actually tied to our environment. That is why you cannot study public health without studying the environment. It is tied. That is why mosquito is not in all countries. It's mostly prevalent in Africa, especially Nigeria, because of the way our environment is structured. If we have to remove mosquitoes completely, then that means the government needs to sit up. Most of the work needs to be with the government as well as the people. We have to close all drainages or at least maintain them. If we cannot close them, because most of the problems we have are open drainages, which are blocked. Refuse dumps needs to be controlled. A lot of things need to be done. And then, of course, apart from taking care of our environment, we also need policies that will make sure that these things are, when they are, discussed and agreed on, they need to be also implemented. Because we have a lot of policies that are not being implemented, a lot of contracts that are not being executed. government have given out some contracts to some companies for drainage management, but because of corruption in the country, you find out that they do haphazard work, and at the end of the day, the situation is still where it is today. So we need government to sit up, look at our drainages, our gutters. Then for homes, we also need to keep our homes clean. Apart from waste management being the function of government to ensure that waste is properly disposed, we in our homes, we also need to keep our environment clean. I know for some time there has not been a sanitation exercises. Those were the things that cleaned the environment and stopped mosquitoes from breeding. So hence we are not keeping our environment clean. We are not observing nets, screening our windows and our doors with mosquito nets. It becomes a problem because these are already in the environment. So the only thing we can help ourselves is if our environment is not clean, then personally we have to take some protective measures. Such protective measures are to close our windows, screen them off with nets, and also make sure that we use insecticide-treated nets. We also have some insecticide sprays that we can use to safeguard ourselves. But the challenge is that, in fact, our study revealed that some persons, even though they had insecticide-treated nets, they still had malaria. Why? Because sometimes mosquitoes that bite at different times of the day. There are those that bite in the daytime, there are those that bite at night, and there are those that bite at early morning. So you must cover yourself in the night and just cover your net. You have to make sure that you cover it properly. So it's not enough for you to cover at night, but when you go outside too, mosquitoes are here to bite you. It might even bite you before you come into your homes. So that is why you don't just take care of your home. Government and our own collective effort, we also need to take care of our environment so that when we are outside, it will not bite us. And also when we come inside, we use our nets to protect ourselves. I think that answered the question.
Am I muted? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, please, I want to find out, is there a map showing the affected areas or something like that?
Yeah, on the issue of map, it's not really conclusive. The map is not really conclusive. It's not adequate. We have some existing map, but more work needs to be done. It needs to be upgraded, updated, because these mosquito breeding sites are in so many places. It's not just the ones that can be captured in the map we discovered are the puddles, the waters, the gutters, the drainages. But there are other means that mosquitoes breed, just like discarded tires, containers that are dirty and littered around our homes. All those little breeding sites are not actually covered. And we discovered that even though Ministry of Health have tried to pinpoint some of those areas, I think there should be other organizations that should also update this information on the map. Because when we did the research, we discovered that 20 meters radius to the residents, there were no refuse dumps, but containers, tires, and other factors still led to increased activity, which were not captured in the map. So I think we still have a lot to do to make sure that it is all captured. So right now, I would say that our map situation is not 100%.
Okay, thank you. I think what she wanted to know is whether your work has a map showing the study area.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but it's not in my slide. It is in my main work.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think we are good to go with Chinenye. Is there any other question? Okay, Prof, ask question. Professor Chukwunayele Olokaka has question.
My question is this. I have a question, then a comment. The first question is, how did you choose the persons that you gave your questionnaire? Did you just go around issuing questionnaire to people? Then about your slides, I think next time you should include the point size of your character so that it will be easier for you to read and present it as quickly as possible. Just as they have pointed out, you need a map. And it appears that this year presentation, the master degree program is not yet completed, right? The project is not yet completed. So I don't know why it should be here. I thought maybe it is a final project, then you present it. You're not when you have not done the map, you have not done other things, and then you bring it here. I don't think it is necessary.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Have you taken note? Do you have? Hello.
I didn't hear you, sir. Sorry, the network is off from the end.
Okay. Yeah, don't worry about that. There's a question here for you. Okay, there's a comment on the chat. An average patient at UPTH believes that UPTH is undoubtedly the current record holder in terms of mosquito infestation. Do you mean that Bundu and Diobu have taken over?
Okay, in terms of the communities, no, actually, they were just selected communities to represent Port Harcourt. We did a random selection. So it was not specific. Of course, we cannot study the whole Port Harcourt. So we just selected those 6 communities, Diob, Bundu, and Marine to represent Port Harcourt LGA, Elele, Rumokoro, and Rumodara to represent Obiakpo. So it was based on random selection. We didn't actually need to study Chuba or Uniport because our questionnaires were based on respondent knowledge and attitude, as well as behavior.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the point size.
Pardon?
Go ahead. You mentioned that.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay, the PowerPoint. Your PowerPoint font sizes are not the same.
And I noticed an error. It seems I sent in the wrong. I noticed, especially in the study area that were very large. I think it's an error. I didn't realize that until now. That was in my own copy. It's correct, but unfortunately, I couldn't share. Sorry about that. I couldn't see mine, so you had to share that wrong one. I did that in a haste. It was later I took my time to prepare my own.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, for please tidy up your work and make it better so that you can submit and have your final defense. Your maps are very, very important. All right, so we just want to have a short break, stretch out break over here so that we can go to the next keynote speaker, Tosin George, who will be talking to us on Map Your Grid. So our online participants, thank you for being there. Just hold on just for the next 5 minutes and then we continue with the next keynote speaker. So we use that
opportunity to come out here and have a group photograph at a way of stretching out, and then we'll be able to continue. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone. Morning. I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. Yeah, that's it. So we can start. Can it be any bigger than this? Or any? Because I'm going to be using a lot of images today, so it'd be nice that we have it. Okay, that's fine. All right, that's fine. All right. Good morning again. It's such a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to be invited by the Matters Network for this conference, State of the Map conference. I arrived yesterday. It was a lovely ride all the way from Lagos, and today I've been hearing fantastic conversations about work that people have been doing and the impact that they've been doing with mapping things on looking at the state of our map and encouraging more investment. I remember, I think, was it Chinwe that talked about finance and the map, and I think one more person spoke as well, talking about DuckDB. So these are very interesting conversations. And today I'm going to talk to you about a very powerful initiative which has been born out of passion, especially to support power infrastructure across Africa and especially Nigeria because we're Nigerians, right? And so my topic today is Map Your Grid, crowdsourcing the invisible, how open data is powering Africa's energy transition. I can go to the next slide. So before I start, I know many of you don't know my name yet, or you may already know my name, but I want to start with a brief introduction about myself. So my name is Tosin George. I am a renewable energy professional, so I have a lot of experience with solar rooftop project development, mostly in Lagos and across parts of Nigeria. I am very a strong advocate for open data, and I know a lot of us here are also strong advocates for open data. I'm also very keen on ensuring that clean energy is accessible to all, is reliable, is sustainable for everyone. I work as a project manager at a company known as Open Energy Transition. Open Energy Transition is the company behind Map Your Grid initiative, which I'll talk about more today. My work, or let me say a bit about Open Energy Transition. So we are energy system modelers. So a lot of you, I'm sure, are familiar with what models are. So we build models in the energy system area to support a lot of our work, to be honest, supports countries, national governments, academic institutions with how to improve energy planning. So for example, with Nigeria, you know, we plan, or they plan for the year and how much power we're going to generate, how much power we're going to consume. So a lot of our work cuts across that type of thing. We've done a lot of work in Europe, and I think we're also looking at penetrating the African markets. So a lot of energy planning studies have been done in Nigeria, across Africa, many parts like that. So that's the work that we do. And we're strongly behind the Map Your Grid initiative, which I'll be sharing more about today. So a lot of my work, like I've just mentioned, sits across energy modeling, data and project management. And outside work, I love art. I'm an arts person. I love nature. I like to read about social history, and I love culture as well. So yeah, that's a bit about me. So before we start, I'd like to start with this picture. It's not very clear, but I'll just as much as possible to, get a sense of what it is I'm trying to explain. So this is a map of the world. It's called Nighttime. It's a, how would I say, it's a snapshot of the life at nighttime across the world. And so a lot of you may be familiar with this image. It's from NASA. And I'd like to ask, I want this to be as participatory as possible, so please indulge me. So what can you see? What are some of the things you can see, aside from light, because we mentioned light. But what can you see on this map as anyone? It doesn't have to be technical, whatever you see is right. There are no wrong guesses. So what can you see on this map? Anyone? Any thoughts? Right here. This is Africa. It's supposed to be bigger than this, but I think it's sort of zoned out. I think it's also zoned out, but this is Africa. This is Africa, and I'm sure you can see that this is Lagos. This is some parts of Southern Africa, maybe Lesotho here. You can see this is Egypt, most likely the Suez Canal here. And this is some parts of Middle East, Asia, the US, Northern America, Southern America. And I know that you can see lights everywhere. But for the fact that you can even ask me where Africa is, just that, we don't really have. There's a lot of problem there. Yeah, nice. But one thing we should note is that although this is a picture and it says a lot of things, but it doesn't say the whole picture. Number one, because in some parts of Africa, we know that they're huge forests. So you don't expect anybody to live in the forest. So we don't expect life to be there, right? There are also huge water bodies. Hey, we have lakes, we have huge rivers. So we don't expect people to live in rivers and we don't expect life in the rivers. There are deserts. You know that some parts of sub-Saharan Africa, the Sahara Desert. Although people live there, but it's a huge desert that covers a lot of land, and that's not where people live. So that's why there are some areas where you don't see a lot of light. But if you look at Central Africa, those areas are much darker, indicating that it's not as if there's no power, but there are lower access to electricity, right? And then the much lighter parts, it means some increased level. So although this is fun to look at, it doesn't always tell the entire picture, but it gives us a sense of where electricity exists, where we need to add more electricity and all of that. So say, for example, let me give an idea now. Say you work at African Union, okay, and you want to suggest for Africa where we should put more power. Where do you think we should have more power? Maybe which country do you suggest? Where? Nigeria, okay. Which other country? There are other countries in the continent. So where else would you consider? In the northern parts of Africa, okay. West Africa, yeah. Central Africa. And then one thing you should also note, there's some countries that have also gone through a lot of wars. So like South Sudan, Liberia, they came out of Ebola one time. So usually you don't expect a lot of advancements, with energy access in those areas. All right. So now that we talked about, we can go to the next slide. All right. So now that we talked about this picture, so this is the actual data. Okay. So what is happening there? Pictures are great, but pictures don't tell the whole story, right? So this is a picture of access to electricity as of 2023. But to be honest, it's not much different from what we're experiencing now, right? And this is access to electricity here means that the electricity that they have access to can provide basic lighting. So like lights, like you can charge your phone, you can power your radio, or something like that for 4 hours a day. So they're not talking about lights for washing machine or AC or iron or microwave, just basic lighting for these level of appliances for 4 hours a day. And this is how we compare. So if you look at this map, this is the legend for the map. So you can see that across Northern Africa, Southern Africa, Asia, Middle East, you can see access is up to 100%, because these are basic things for them. These are not things they struggle to do. Nobody, for example, in Dubai now struggles to charge their phone. I don't think anybody's carrying chargers or power bank or anything. These are easy things for them. But for us, even as basic as lighting a torch, lighting things, these are problems for us. And so you look at, if you see Nigeria here, Nigeria I think sits at about 60%. If you look at Central Africa, you can see that it's more like 10%, all of those places. If you look at Southern Africa, South Africa is closer to 100 and the other things. So these are data points that will help us to understand how much access we have as regards energy. And to be honest, I'm talking about energy a lot because that's the work that we do. And so that's what we'll be hearing more about today. So to the next slide, now I'm going to be talking about mapping the world electrical grid, because that's what we really do at Map Your Grid. We map the world's electrical grid. And first, I want to share a bit about what the electrical grid is. To the next slide. So I know a lot of us know what the grid is, right? But no, the slide before this. Yes, thank you. So a lot of us know, okay, we have light, Enugu Disco gives us light and we have light, but there's a lot of work that goes beyond the light that you see in your bulbs, the light that powers projector, the light that powers things around you. And so the electrical grid is a vast network of many things that shows how power is generated, how it is then transmitted, and how it is distributed, right? So we have the GENCOs. A lot of us have heard of GENCOs, generating companies. We've heard of Transmission Company of Nigeria. We've heard of discos, like Enugu Disco, and Enugu Disco, I think, powers the southeast. And in Lagos, because we're big people, so we have 2 discos. We have electric, Eco-Electric and Ikeja Electric in Lagos. So let's start from where power is generated. In Nigeria, a lot of our power comes from thermal gas plants. So the natural gas that we have is what we use, or majority of what we use to produce our electricity. Power also comes from hydropower electric. So like your Ishiro Dam, Kanji Dam, all those dams, we use them to produce electricity. In more recent times, we've been dependent on solar. So I'm sure you've heard of all those government interventions where they're giving a lot of money for solar farms in remote communities. Recently, I think the World Bank, in collaboration with African Development Bank, through the Rural Electrification Agency there in Abuja, I think they have about $750 million US. So maybe last year till this year or something. So the point of that project is to support energy access, improve energy access across the country. So there's a lot of, we're slowly now depending on power from renewable energy sources, right? So this is how power is generated through this different, and there are several ways. In some other countries, they might depend on nuclear. In some other places, they might depend on hydrogen. It depends on, whatever resources available to each country. So this is an example of, some power sources, and then it goes through transformers. Sorry, it's not that clear, but these are transformers, right? And then we have, this should be representing transmission lines. So the power that's generated is passed through transmission lines. I'm sure a lot of you may have seen transmission lines, not these lines outside. They are usually like a very, sometimes they always hum. They're heavy wires, they sort of hum. Nobody is supposed to stay there because they carry very high, they carry very high voltage. So they transmit high voltage power from where it's generated through different places called substations. So substations either step up or step down the voltage. Usually voltage is stepped up for high intensive energy industry. Say for example, cement factories. You don't expect cement factories to be sharing power with you that you're living in your house. No, the amount of power required is different. And sometimes that power is then taken and distributed to you and I, households, EVs now, EVs, electric vehicles. In Lagos now, electric vehicles are taking the stage. Even we have electric kekes now in Lagos where you charge, I think you charge in the morning, then you go back and forth, and then you return to the owners and things like that. So electric vehicles taking a lot of, so electric vehicles are also some of the things that, or how to explain it now. Rather, when power is distributed, the type of power that's distributed can also charge our homes, power things like electric vehicles. The high voltage one is the one that you use in high energy intensive industry. So now that we have a sense of that, and before you go on, so these are the things that we map. These are the things that we annotate. These are the things that we make visible on our map. So things like lines, transmission lines, transformers, substation. I remember, I think Chinwe was saying something around the fact that how can we plan when we don't know what we have? The same thing. So how can we plan for our energy future? How can we meet all these targets you always talk about? How can we meet our climate goals if we don't know the infrastructure that exists? We don't know where it is. We don't know how much power they generate, if they even work at all. So these are the things that we do on the map. We go to the next slide now. So now looking at the gap, so there's supposed to be a title there. That title is Addressing the Grid Data Gap. So now that we understand what we do, what we map, so why are we doing it? What's the point for doing it? I know a lot of us already know. One of the problems is the scale of the problem. Over 600 million people in Africa don't have access to electricity. And I'm sure all of us are part of it because, I know for some of us maybe coming from your house, there was no power before you got here. Maybe we didn't have part, I don't know, close before you got here, or something like that. We're all part of these 600 million people. Sometimes when they say these facts, it feels like, these are people that live in remote areas, remote villages. But most of the time, if you live in Africa, you're part of this statistic. Because how many of us can boast of reliable power without depending on things like solar and generators? How many of us can boast of saying, my house, we have power for 20 hours a day? Even with the band A, band B, band C things, it's still very unreliable, right? And so the reason why we're doing this is because of the problems that we have. If you look at all the maps that I shared earlier, other parts of the world seem to have power. They're not struggling with power, but we are the ones struggling with power. We are the ones that don't have power and all of those things. So that's why we're doing the work that we're doing. And also inconsistent and siloed data. So there are so many how would I say, agencies within the Nigerian power sector. So we know we have the Federal Ministry of Power, we have the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, we have the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Transmission Commission of Nigeria, all the agencies. And all those agencies have the specific reasons for being established, and they all collect their own different data, right? And so sometimes what happens is that everybody collects different types of data, and that data is not connected. So you can really get a broad overview of what's happening, what's the state of the, of the country as it touches electricity, as it touches power, all of those things. So this is why we do what we do. This also touches on the same point, ineffective central planning. I know that Enugu now is, based on the Electricity Act of 2023, Enugu Disco now, or the entire Enugu power sector is now on their own, right? I think we know that. So Enugu now has no regulatory commission. There was a fight somewhere, I think online, I saw about some sort of disagreements between the regulatory commission here and the national one. But this is where we should be going. So if Enugu, for example, can take charge of its own power sector, we can control how we generate power, we can control how you transmit it, who should get it, all of those things. So yeah, that's some of the things that we do, or why we do what we do. So now looking at this on a broader scale, so we understand now the problems that exist. We know that there's no data. We know that we don't have access to electricity. But again, it doesn't, or rather, even though we know that there's no data, what exactly do we have? So what is the problem? What exactly do we have? It doesn't mean that we don't have data, but sometimes it could be incomplete, it could be inconsistent, or it's outdated, all of these things. So if you look at this map here, this map tells the availability of national electricity data in Africa. So there's a legend here, starting from 0/5, meaning no publicly available data, on to 1/5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 means that data is available real time, meaning that I can log into the system, I will see the data, we'll see energy that a country or a region consumes in real time, right? That's what 5/5 means and all that. So if you look at this map now, is there any country that you think is 5/5? If you look at this country, the African continent. No, South Africa is 4/5. Which one? This one? No, this is not even on the map. This is Western Sahara. Western Sahara, I think they're now part of Morocco or something. So they're not even part of the I think. But South Africa is 4/5. And South Africa is good availability of data, then some data with some good detail. So besides South Africa, all the other countries, yeah? This one. So yellow here means 3/5. So no, it's fine. This is I think Namibia. This is Angola. This country, I'm not sure what it is now, but yeah, you get a sense of this one here. This is Kenya. Kenya. I think this is Uganda. This is Rwanda. This small one is Rwanda. This must be Burundi, the one on top of it, and all the other countries there. Which one? This one, Ghana. This is Ghana. Ghana. If you're on Twitter, I know that Ghanaians always, tell us that we don't have light. So yeah. We actually supply them power. So, but this is not about access. It's about availability of data. So it doesn't mean that there's no light. But where is that data? How? Because we need data to plan. So that's what it means. So yeah, that's the state of the availability of that data across Africa. So now let's look at Nigeria in detail because we're in Nigeria. So Nigeria has a score of 1/5, and this is how we're scored, right? So based on publishing lag, how often do we publish our data, right? So we have a score of 5 there. That's a good mark for us, meaning that we post as often as possible within weeks. Time granularity has to do with time series. So is the data provided in weekly, per hour, per second, per minute, per week, per month? Yeah, but we do weekly and even better, so that works for us. Fuel breakdown, this talked about how the disaggregation of fuels and detailed electricity consumption. So we don't have enough detail. Doesn't mean that we don't have data, but it's not enough detail on how electricity is consumed in the country. Then we looked at subnational unit data and then the other parts as well. So even though we do well in some parts, other parts needs to be, a bit, how would I say, updated, upgraded, so that we can do well on availability of data. So the next slide now. So what are we doing? Now we understand the problems, we see the charts, we see the map, we see what's going on across Nigeria and in Africa. So what are we doing at Map Your Grid? I can go to the next slide. So Map Your Grid mobilizes volunteers, contributors, organizations to contribute detailed data on what you already know or what I already mentioned: transmission lines, substations, power plants, transformers. And we do this by leveraging existing tools. Sometimes we also create new software. So I mentioned at the beginning that we are energy system modelers. But what that means is that we're software people. So we develop software but for the energy system. So sometimes when we see that there's some tools are not as updated, we also create software tools to support that. We provide training. We do a lot of training. We've done training, I think we did one in Kenya last year. We did one in South Africa. And a couple of organizations partner with us on training. And training is mostly free. Although a lot of it is funded by organizations, but it's mostly free to the participants. And where do we do all this work? We did on OpenStreetMap. Many of you know OpenStreetMap, which is an open source platform. And so we have our people there sharing, editing, contributing, updating grid infrastructure, power infrastructure. And our aim is to increase global electrical coverage from around 70% to 98% by 2028. It's a huge goal, but we're doing the work. And that's what we've been doing with Map Your Grid. So let's quickly go to the impact so far. We can go to the next, this slide. So what have we done in the past couple? To be honest, Map Your Grid started in 2025 this year. Well, we've been working before we launched. So that's why you see all of this work. Thank you. Thank you. So contributions so far, we've mapped 76,000. Oh, I think this is off now. Okay, fine. So we've mapped 76,918 kilometers of new power lines. That accounts for 1.3% of the global transmission grid. So we've done a lot of work. We've also added, so we've identified. So these substations already exist, but we put them on the map so that everybody can see them. So we have 5,560 substations that have been identified. We have documented over 200,000 power towers. We have trained over 28 mappers, and we are also still looking for, we're always open to train. Organizations that use OpenStreetMap data, by extension, the data that we provide or that we publish on the IEA. So these are mostly energy agencies, but even non-energy agencies have used the data that you have on there. And then how has the data been used? All the work that we do on OpenStreetMap, how has it been used? We've used it to inform electrification planning in over 58 countries. So meaning that these countries, as a result of the data they have on OpenStreetMap, can do better with their electrification. They can plan properly. Where should we put the next solar farm? Where should we put wind power? Based off of the data on OpenStreetMap. The World Bank also uses the data to finance. I remember mentioning that the World Bank recently released $750 million. So the data is what they use to determine the investments that will go into power development or power infrastructure. And then also a lot of the data on there has also been used to guide decision makers, especially during disaster. I don't know if many of you are following the news. I think in Jamaica now, they're facing hurricane in Jamaica. And I know that from OpenStreetMap in the past has been used to provide quick response, meaning that, sometimes when hurricanes happen, floods, all of those things, there's maybe no internet, not even internet, like power may not be available, all of those things. So you need to understand, okay, where are this infrastructure and how can we get help to people in this place? And so it's so important for us to have this type of data and that it's open and everybody can access it. All right, so now going to what we've done. Very quickly, I'll go into what we've done. So across Nigeria, this is the work that we've done. This is supposed to be in orange. So anything you see in orange is work that we've done across Nigeria, places that we've mapped. This is another image, right, showing work that we've done across Nigeria, what we've mapped. You can go to the next slide. Across Africa, this is the work that we've done. So the lines in orange, or what would I call it now? Yellow, right? Okay, let's go with yellow. So the lines in yellow, so you can see we've done a lot of work in Nigeria, across the coastal areas too. These lines in gray are other OpenStreetMap power people. So people that work in the energy space as well, doing work similar to the work that we do. So a lot of work is ongoing there, but Map Your Grid has done this amount of work. So let's go to see what's happening globally as well. So globally, this is the work we've done. Ours is the one in purple. The ones in yellow is what has been done by several other organizations, right? So this is what we've done across the world. And if you go to the next slide, we're also doing work with international power grid connectors. So power grid connectors there's pretty much transmission lines that carry power from one country to another. So you know that Nigeria is a very important electricity market, especially in West Africa, because it provides electricity to places like Niger, Cameroon, Togo, Benin, I think even Ghana. Right? So the power that we supply to them are done through power connectors, right? So we've also done some work. You can make this smaller. Right, so this purple circles are power connectors that Map Your Grid has done in the past, right? And these are all international. These red lines are connected across the grid, across the globe, but these circles are the ones we've then mapped and identified, right? So that's the work that we have done in the past. So besides Map Your Grid, we also have this project called the Demand Cast Project, and here we're using machine learning models to predict the demand for data, especially in vulnerable countries where they don't have data. So mostly Africa, right? So that's an ongoing project. It's Python based. And what we do is to collect, process, and forecast hourly electricity demand data. And the point of this is to encourage planning studies using machine learning models to generate hourly time series of future electricity demand, especially for areas where we don't have data. So that's the work we're doing. It's still actively in development, and we're always looking for contributors. So if you're interested in the project, do not hesitate to look for us. I'm sure we're on GitHub. This is on GitHub, so you can find us there. This map shows where we've gotten data on electricity demand. Obviously, the world has gone before us. So in Africa, we only have 3 countries where we have enough data around demand. For Nigeria, we have about 4 years of available data. For South Africa, about the same. This is Algeria. And I think we have about 10 or over 20 years of available data. So what we're doing with this is based on historical data, like historical data of the amount of energy we've used over time. We're now using machine learning models to predict what we're going to use in the next future. There's so many things that go into this: population, policy, economic, fiscal policies, all of finance, investment. But this is to help countries, because we've now discussed the fact that we don't have data. Data is the problem, right? So we're now trying to help countries to predict. So as if they're not collecting data, if they don't have enough data to do stuff, data is incomplete, all of those things. So we're collecting historical data to then help them predict future consumption so that they can plan properly. So that's what this project is about. And I think this brings me almost to the end. So how do you get involved? You can visit our webpage, mapyourgrid.org. We have mapping resources there. We have detailed tutorials and guides, community forums on Discord and support. We also use mapping tools. There are lots of resources there as well. Validate contributions. So as far as we annotate the maps, we identify power infrastructure. How do I say it now? We identify power lines, transmission lines, all of those things. Sometimes we need to also work with local community power power agencies to ensure that what we're doing on the map is correct, right, and is validated. So we do that. Then also you can contribute data as well. So as much as we're contributing data to the OpenStreetMap, you can also contribute data as well. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be able to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tosin George, for that amazing presentation from Open Energy Transition. As OpenStreetMap community, and the conference is focused to the State of the Map Nigeria Conference, and even globally is focused to unveiling all that OpenStreetMap community and OpenStreetMap project is doing globally and in different countries. So for this aspect, Tosin has just made us to understand that you can actually map your electricity grid just the same way we are mapping our building footprints in OpenStreetMap. We want to also have our electricity grids in OpenStreetMap. If you check other countries, even in OpenStreetMap, we have walkways being mapped. We have so many other data that are being added, and they are all accessible through OpenStreetMap. So if you have questions, maybe from online and in person here, let's have your hand. Okay, Obianinulu and Dr. Amos from here. Who else? Oh, we have a lot of questions from the in-person here. That's beautiful. So we have one. Okay, Dr. Amos 1, Obianinulu 2. We also have Prof. Yeah, the co-chair of the conference. Okay, 3. Who else? Okay, four. Okay, so let's start from Dr. Amos and then we go to.
Yeah, thank you, Tosin, for that elaborate discussion. I listened to you with rapt attention, and I was shocked at what your company have been able to do around the globe. So I want to just find out whether you do incorporate ground truthing in your mapping strategy. Thank you.
So that would mean like paying people to map, is that what you mean?
No, go on ground to possibly extract the coordinates of those people to be able to validate what you have online.
Yes.
Yeah, to what extent do you go for field data collection to verify the data you are collecting about grids?
So because we've not been around for quite some time, so even Open Energy Transition has been around, we just celebrated 2 years, like maybe 2 months ago. So
I can answer this as well.
People, so we do a lot of work.
Yeah. Let me help Tosin. Let me help Tosin. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'm going to say is that I don't think that we've done a lot of field data collection. In Nigeria, because sometimes data is not readily available. So if you're asking agencies, they're not always willing to give, data and all of those things. So a lot of the work that we do is we've identified power tower substations, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done with validation. So we're doing work there, but it's not as you would expect. Because number one, we just launched Map Your Grids this year, even though we've been doing work before that time. The entire company is 2 years old. So you don't expect that we would have done that much work. But there's a lot of progress towards that. And that's why we're looking for people, more contributors, to support the work so that we can get more data. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me just, I know you feel like that's the answer, but it's a lot because it gets more contributors from around Europe, and by definition or by extension, they would map places that they know or places around them. Europeans will most likely map European places, right? Even though a lot of work has gone there. So, but we've recently gotten interest for people who are mapping, in Africa. And I think I also mentioned that we've been doing a lot of planning studies, energy planning studies across the country, across the continent. So slowly we're penetrating into the continent as well. Anybody who's interested is welcome. Oh, lovely. Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So if you stay till the end of today, we're going to have a technical workshop. So one of my colleagues, Andreas, will do a technical presentation, and you will see how we map electrical data or how we identify electrical stuff. So for example, I know that we power towers because it's satellite imagery. So you can easily see what the power tower would look like on the map. So that is something that we already do, but today's session, I think in about 2 or 3 hours. So you would see more about that. But to your question again about validating data, that's where we also need to do a lot more work, right? And sometimes even when you want to go on ground, you also need, like you already mentioned, stakeholder engagement, all of that, ensures that the data is properly accurate and correct. No. Okay. Nutrition. Yeah. Yeah. State government. Okay, yeah. Data, yeah. Well, this is a very valid question, and thank you so much, Prof. So, to your question about constitution, so I was referring to an act, the Electricity Act of 2023. So we know that our power system has been centralized. So PHCM, all the other power agencies are responsible for power generation and production. But now, because of the Electricity Act, each state of the country now has the wherewithal, has the capacity to generate their own electricity, distribute and transmit the power. And I think I mentioned Enugu because Enugu now is one of the first states that have now been powered. So they're going to be responsible now for generating their own power, for transmitting it, and for distributing it. And I think some other states as well. I think Abia as well. I may be wrong with the name. Maybe Taraba too. So states have now gained the autonomous power to generate their own electricity. So that's happening, and that's very important for us. So rather than always waiting for the central grid, each state can control their own stuff. And I think I'd ask about some of the things we have with data collection. Yes, as with most African states, so sometimes it's not even as if they don't have data, but sometimes it's how the data is collected, or it's not complete, or it's not detailed enough, like I was showing on the screen of that score. How sometimes data is not detailed enough. So maybe you want to know how much a power generator is producing. So for example, if I want to know how much, say, Kanchi Dam is producing per hour, per time, when it stops or when it fails, what happens. So all of that detailed data is what we need to make decisions. And sometimes those things are not there, even though data is available. So that's what the situation is most of the time. I hope I'll be able to answer your question. Thank you. Any more questions?
My question is, since most of the work you do, open data available to all and is free, your trainings too, they are free.
It's all because sometimes people have to travel, so it's always provided for by a grant, a fund, but most of the time participants are paid.
Okay, so what about the economic aspects of it? Don't you make profit?
So we're a non-profit organization.
Oh.
So we don't have board of directors that we submit profits to. And a lot of the money that comes in for projects, mainly from grants funders. We do a lot of work with national bodies, national government. So we do some work with the EU. I know that I think we'll also be considering an African country as well in the coming months. We're working with the government to support their energy planning. And this has now been funded by another body. So a lot of the work that we do comes from grants. So yeah, that's how we work. So we're not making profit. No more questions. Thank you very much. Yes, yes, yes.
And what about the volunteers? Are they also going to
get paid?
Not be paid too?
So it depends on the level of experience. So we don't want to pay people who are not, really committed to mapping. So I think we've considered some sort of financial remuneration for people that are experienced and can commit to mapping, right? But for young people that are just coming up, obviously, you have to learn the work, and as you grow, you can then consider everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Tosin. Thank you very much. Tosin George came all the way from Lagos as one of our keynote speakers to this conference to join us. And Andreas is already online to take us on a technical section on how to map, engage in mapping a electricity grid. So we'll be having him later on today. We are excited to have again one of our own, Dr. Caroline Nickerson, joining us from US. She has been the citizen science advisor for Unique Mappers on behalf of SciStarter and Citizen Science Organization in US, and we've been doing a lot of work with her over the years. So she's here to talk to us briefly, and they've been quite supportive to the State of the Map Nigeria conference. They've been part of the sponsors over the years, and would love to hear from her at this moment. Caroline, you're welcome, and I hope you guys are getting better with the situation in US. And I don't believe that Nigeria should be better than US now. Yeah, are you in?
Yeah, so I'm in Florida today. And yeah, I think it's just in the US we have a lot of cuts to science right now. But that being said, I put together some ideas in a present. I wanted to highlight all of the amazing things the Unique Mappers have done over the years. But I also wanted to share some ideas about potential future partnerships, and I think they might be outside of the US potentially. So I'll go ahead and share my screen real quick. And so quick little background about me. So I recently finished up a PhD at the University of Florida, and I've spent the past 10 years working as a global citizen science expert with CitSci, which is a platform where anyone can start a citizen science project, the Human Computation Institute, which runs the Stall Catchers project that I know the Unique Mappers have done quite a bit of. That's where you map the brain and understand Alzheimer's disease. And then, of course, SciStarter, which is one of the world's biggest citizen science databases. Additionally, I run my own nonprofit called Florida Community Innovation in my home state of Florida in the United States, where I mainly work with students to build different technologies to make Florida better. One example is we're building a map to make it easier for people who are hungry in Florida to find food, for people who need shelter to find a place to sleep, and other essential needs. And you can learn more about me at carolinenickerson.com. But that being said, a big reason why I do this work, and I think it's great, is I love research. I love the idea that we can systematically investigate the world to create new knowledge. And why do people do research? And I think the unique mappers are a great example of this. It's because you're curious or concerned about something, because you want to understand a problem or a topic, or because you want a foundation built on knowledge to make better decisions. So with the unique mappers, a lot of our collaboration falls under the umbrella of citizen science. Citizen science can go through a few different names. Some people call it community science, neighborhood science, participatory science. Basically, what it means is it's anyone who's a member of the public, so that's everybody, contributing to scientific discovery, often by collecting, analyzing, or somehow working with data. And data is just information about the world around us. So if you're looking for a place where you want to find a citizen science project, SciStarter is the world's biggest database for that. So any project that you all start, definitely, we add it to SciStarter. Like when you all collaborated with Healthy Gulf on the Land Pollution Lookout project, it was added to SciStarter so other people around the world could discover it. SciStarter isn't a place where you do the projects themselves. It's where you go to discover the projects, and then you go somewhere else to participate. That being said, the SciStarter ecosystem is pretty broad. I mean, the unique mappers have been part of pretty much every component of the SciStarter ecosystem. So on top of that core project finder, we build other programs. So we've been able to, in past years, work with Verizon Wireless so their employees can volunteer. Or we've been able to give out things like badges. So this is something a lot of the unique mappers have done. In past years where we had more funding support, we were able to give out funding in exchange for the unique mappers learning these skills, especially our Foundations of Citizen Science badge. That being said, there are still badges that you all can get. I know the unique mappers are rock stars in terms of learning new things. So if you want to reflect that, get a certificate and a badge for your CV, or wherever you share your professional accomplishments, you can go to scistarter.org/training. You can take a training on data literacy. You can take a training about data ethics. I think all the trainings are really valuable and a great way to learn, especially since you all are leaders, getting other people involved in citizen science. The trainings are a great idea. So I wanted to quickly do a highlight of some of the amazing things the unique mappers have accomplished. So our collaboration started, I know you all have been doing stall catchers, the Alzheimer's project, and I've been working alongside you, but we collaborated together for the land pollution, the land loss lookout project. So in the US, we do a lot of pageants. So I like doing them because it's a way to get more people to do community service. And when I was representing the state of Louisiana, I had an online mapping project that I had partnered with called Land Loss Lookout, where people from around the world could map wetland loss from satellite data in on the Gulf Coast of the United States. So this wetland loss might be because of oil and gas. It might be because of sea level rise, some other factors. And you all were number one. You analyzed 6,000 images, blowing every other team out of the water. And we were so excited about this that I was able to donate my winnings from the pageant to Healthy Gulf so they could work with you all to start the Land Pollution Lookout project. So here's a picture of what the land loss lookout data was like that you all analyzed. And wetlands, they were being lost at an alarming rate. There's something that make all of us on the Gulf Coast of the United States safer. I know I've had personal experiences with hurricanes, for example. I lost my grandfather in a hurricane. So this project is very close to home for me, and being able to map these important resources is the first step to preserving them. So I was so grateful that you all helped map my home. And we were able to donate those pageant winnings, like I said, to Healthy Gulf to support setting up the Land Pollution Lookout Project, where people were able to map environmental facets related to oil spills in Nigeria and the Niger Delta. So I was really inspired by this project and loved collaborating and helping get it initially set up. And then this past year, in 2025, you all really did a great job with another citizen science project called Leave No Trash. And we made a little spotlight video about it a while back, which I'll quickly play.
Nigeria. 1 million acts of science. Hashtag Indo that believe Mapathon.
1 million acts of science. Hashtag Unique Mapathon. Let's go.
1 million acts of science. Hashtag Leave No Trash. Unique Mapathon Nigeria.
Good day everyone, my name is Ibrahim Hafsa from the University of Abuja, Department of Surveying and Geoinformatics, a member of the Unique Mapping team. This April 2025 is all about unique mapping, and so 1 million acts of science will leave no trash behind. Unique Mappers team from Abuja.
Hello everyone, the 1 million acts of science, leaving no trash behind, and leaving no structure on mapping. Unique Mappers team from Abuja.
1 million acts of science, leave no trash, unique Mapathon of Nigeria.
4 million acts of science, leave no trash, unique Mapathon of Nigeria.
Hello everyone, 1 million acts of science, leave no trash behind, unique Mapathon team in Abuja. Thank you.
Hi guys, I am Najib Ola by name from the University of Abuja, Faculty of Environmental Science, Department of Surveying and Geoinformatics, University of Abuja, Unique Mappers team member. We are excited to be part of April 2025 1 million act of science. 1 million act of science at University of Abuja, April 2025 will be amazing.
Yeah, so that project, that's where you all were able to map trash that you saw and pick it up. So making your communities cleaner, but also contributing to sustainability research and understanding where certain types of trash were, so we can look for upstream solutions. You all did a great job. We celebrated the results on the CitSci blog. It was a bunch of universities all around the world competing, well, mainly Nigeria and the US. And Kingsley, I think, was one of the top participants. So definitely have to celebrate him. So ideas for future partnerships, just to close here. You all have accomplished so much, and we're going into a more complicated funding landscape where we have less funding in the US. So we're not able to give many grants like we did in the past. Some ideas I had, well, I'm always happy to support and help you set up your own projects via citsci.org. That's an organization that I work with where anyone can, for free, set up their own data forms and use an app or a website to have people collect data about different issues. So anytime you ever want to start a project, I'm here to support and we can make it happen easily. There's also a new project. There actually is funding, but it's not from the US. One of my best friends, her name's Inez. She is Tunisian, and she's been mapping all the the historic heritage sites in Tunisia. So like their Colosseum and other archaeological monuments. And she's using her phone to do this and taking 3D scans and creating a virtual museum. So they recently got some support. So if you wanted to map heritage sites in Nigeria, that might be an option. It's with Tanit XR. Tanit was the ancient goddess of protection in Tunisia. So I thought she was a fitting person to call the organization. So if you wanted to get more into like the mapping, like archaeological heritage space, I think there are some opportunities there. But that being said, I just wanted to end with a thank you. I hyperlinked some articles about all of our accomplishments in the past. I would say the number one, I'll just end here by clicking on it, is we wrote a pretty detailed blog. Oop, this link has died. So I can find it. Hold on. Unique. They've recently changed a lot of their links at SciStarter. Unique Mappers, SciStarter blog. Here we go. So we wrote a blog post last year in preparation for State of the Map, recapping all the accomplishments the Unique Mappers have had in their collaborations with the SciStarter team and some of the other organizations I've worked with. So I'll put that in the chat, but you can find it yourself by going to the SciStarter blog. The title of it is The Unique Mappers of Nigeria and SciStarter, a Collaborative Journey in Citizen Science. And I made this picture with Photoshop of me holding a sign that says I heart the Unique Mappers, but hopefully we get the funding eventually where I can come in person and we all get to meet. So thank you again for all the difference you make for citizen science. You inspire people all around the world. And I'm excited to see what you accomplish and how I can hopefully cheer you on and support in the years to come.
Yeah, thank you very much, Caroline, for your amazing presentation about what Unique Mappers Nigeria is doing with SciStarter and the Citizen Science organization. We want to encourage everyone to be part of the next Global Citizen Science that is coming up 2026, April. And we want to have everyone engaged nationwide in collaboration with SciStarter and other citizen science organizations. Thank you very much, Caroline. I hope, is there any question from anyone for Caroline? Any question? Is she still there? Okay, any question? All right. Okay, there's no question for you. Thank you, Caroline, for
thanks everybody.
Your wonderful presentation. Yeah, thank you. Bye. Yep. All right, so our next speaker will be Obianinulu Oduwegwu and Kingsley Chukwu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. And okay, we have it up here. So I'll just be talking about this project, mapping of fire hazard risk zones associated with petrol filling stations in part of Enugu Metropolis using geospatial technologies. It was a combined effort from me, King Vic, Success, and Soviet Dr. Ate. Next slide. This is the abstract. It's quite a lot, but it's about fire hazard. Fire is something that can easily come on our way, take people on our way. And it's good we are very prepared for it. Places like Nigeria, where we say that if there's a fire incident now, before the firefighters will come, maybe like 1 or 2 hours later. So it's wise we actually take it into consideration. And we're using filling stations as our sites because they are highly inflammable. There are places that can easily pick up energy and there will be fire outbreak. So the next slide, please. Okay, this project, we used geospatial techniques, that's remote sensing and GIS for the analysis. So here, introduction, we can see that geospatial technologies include GPS, remote sensing, and before now, this GIS has been used to monitor various indicators, including natural and man-made hazards. So they have also been used to map fire hazards before now. So the next slide, please. Okay. So the definition of disaster risk reflects the concept of hazardous events and disasters as the outcome of continuously present condition of disaster risk. Fire risk evaluation is a critical part of fire prevention. As I mentioned earlier, it is very, very important. And the thing is, according to Department of Petroleum Resource Guidelines, fire filling stations should not be very close to residential areas or industrial areas. They should not be close to roads so that if there are cases of fire outbreaks, they can preserve lives and property. So the next one. Okay, so I'll just quickly read. It said there's the issue of risk of fire outbreak because of fuel is highly inflammable. I said that there's a critical need to accurately identify and map fire hazard risk zones linked to petrol filling stations across Enugu Metropolis, because Enugu is actually it's a developing city, it's growing really high, and it will be sad if what we've been building just come down in fire. So the guidelines for establishing petrol stations have not been adhered to by most of the petrol stations, thereby posing serious threats on residents in close range to them. It's true, even recently now, I noticed some new filling stations are springing up. You can see a filling station here and you are seeing the other one just in. I even saw one, they are sharing the same boundary, they're using the same fence, which is not supposed to be. Let's go to the next. Okay, the aim is to map and analyze the location of some petrol filling stations within Enugu Metropolis and their surroundings in order to identify fire risk hazard zone associated with these petrol filling stations. Okay, so we took coordinates and we took some pictures. Then we got maps. One of the platforms we got map from was Overpass Tubal. If you're there yesterday during the workshop, I illustrated how we can get data using Overpass Tubal from OpenStreetMap. Then we also use Google Earth to get the imagery we used for Recce so that we know the places we're going to around Enugu. Then we obtained digitized vectorized map for geospatial technology. That's what I talked about, the OpenStreet data we got. So we spatially analyze locations of these petrol filling stations. Okay, so the next please. So this is the study area map. This is Nigeria. This is actually not the study area map. I don't know, I left this one here. This is not the right study area map. This is Nigeria, then this is Enugu State. Then the areas we worked, we picked 50 filling stations spread across Enugu East, Enugu North, and Enugu South. So to the next slide. So we were not the first to work on this type of project before. Other persons have considered it, spatial distributions, and some have studied the same thing in different states. We have the one in Osun, we have Ogun State, to the next slide. So yes, even the Department of Petroleum Resources, this is like our parameter for determining where it's safe or not safe. So to the next please. So this methodology, we identified petrol stations, as I said earlier, first on the Google Earth. Then we got road networks because, as I told you, we're using remote sensing. And remote sensing, you don't really have to be close to the object to get information. So we got our road networks from OpenStreetMap. We got our building footprint from OpenStreetMap. Then it was overlaid. Then using our ArcGIS, that ArcMap, that we use 10.8 to be specific. So we did Euclidean analysis, nearest neighborhood analysis, and buffer analysis before we reach the conclusion about the fire hazard risk zones. So these are some of the points we pick using the GPS. Some of the pictures, like the one I said, this other one, the first picture, they are so close, they are sharing boundaries together. And this northwest, close to Tinker's Corner, very close to the road, very, very close. The first point is really close to the road. Go to the next. Okay. So nearest neighborhood analysis, we discovered, after running the analysis, we discovered that we have clustering pattern among the filling stations. It's not a linear pattern. They're not evenly distributed. That's one of it. There's something that has been skipped that I want to really check. Did you display the department's DPRO guidelines? But we need it to be able to talk about the results properly. And just find it here and is it front? Okay, please go to my 20. Sorry, it's a front. I started. Okay, no problem. Let's go on. Yes. Okay, so go to the map, the next slide. So according to these results, we have random distribution, like it's clustered. If you are very familiar with Enugu, you will notice that there are some parts you'll be in Enugu, there's no petrol filling station at all. Then you now come out and you see some petrol filling stations, they are very close together. So they're actually clustered. So to the next one. So for buffering, we use it to determine the distance of the filling stations. Filling stations are supposed to be located 400 meters from each other. 400 meters from each other. So the next one. Okay, the result, only 4 filling stations. That's according to our table, we have filling station 43, 44, and 45, and 49 out of the 50 filling stations that met this requirement. So this is it. So the ones in green are the ones that had the required distance between each other. While this one, as you can notice from the map, we have a lot of clusters, like a lot of them together in just one place, and that's against the PPRO guidelines to the next. So yes, according to the DPR guidelines, they said filling stations are to maintain a minimum of 50 meters from nearby buildings. So, but from where we checked, we saw that only 448 buildings were located within 50 meters radius of petrol filling stations. Like I mentioned earlier, the amazing thing is when you go to an area and you don't see a filling station, most times those areas don't even have residential buildings close to the place. So I think the people establishing these filling stations are looking for places that residents are based, and they put their filling station very close to where they are, which is not so. So this is it. We have a lot of buildings, and you can see the petrol filling stations, they are just in between the buildings, which is not a safe distance. Okay. So the analysis revealed that 50 filling stations were found to be within the 15-meter threshold, indicating they did not meet the DPR guideline, which specified that the distance from the edge to the nearest pump at filling station should not be less than 15 meters. So this one is about the road. The nearest pump, that's usually most times the kerosene pump, should be like 15 meters away from the main road. Okay, so this is it, the petrol station. Go to the next one. Okay, so this also, they said petrol stations should not be located less than 100 meters from school, hospitals. Then out of 295 of such buildings, okay, so out of 295 of such buildings examined, it was discovered that only 7 of them were situated within this 100 meters radius. So this includes 2 schools, 2 places of worship, and 1 fire station. Okay, let's look at the next. Okay, this is map illustrating what we just said. Okay, next slide. So we'll talk about the next 15 meters for building. The buffer analysis was conducted to number of petrol stations within 2 km stretch of the site on both sides of the road. Okay, so the next slide, please. So this distance of petrol filling station from the road, it should be 2 km from major roads, but most of them were not kept, did not keep to it. So the next slide, please. So this Euclidean analysis was to determine the areas that were high risk zones, moderate risk zones, and medium risk zones. So the areas closer to the filling stations were found out to be high risk zones, and the orange areas were the red one is high risk, very high risk zones. The orange areas were high risk zones, low risk zones, and the amazing thing about it, there is, as a research, there is space for further study because we only examined 50 stations, and 50 out of the number of forest stations in Enugu is little. So these places declared safe zones. From the time this research was done to now, there is 1 or 2 police stations appearing in this area. So to the next, please. So yes, setback from the road, we had only 16% compliance. Setback from residential buildings, we had 0.37 compliance. Then distance to nearest station, we had only 8% compliance. Next. Okay. So the conclusion, the research finding indicates that majority of petrol stations in Enugu Metropolis are high risk of incidents like fire explosion, leading to potential danger for both life and property. This heightened risk is primarily attributed to non-compliance with the guidelines for petrol stations establishment, planning criteria, safety measures, and environmental considerations. The lack of coordination among petrol filling station activities in urban areas presents substantial risks to the surrounding neighborhoods and the overall environment. So we are proposing that if this DPRO guidelines can be upheld, aside using corruption or who we know to establish filling station, I think Enugu will be the first. Okay, so that is. So we should also ask surveyors, and we have our authority or the national body. I think we should look into it. Even the urban planners to be engaged in this. Okay. But now the situation on ground is that who is going to help and who is going to do it. But most times now, things being established are based on who knows who to put them on the ground. Thank you very much.
Any question for her? Question? The title of the work, please.
Mapping of fire hazard associated petrol filling stations in part of Enugu Metropolis using the pattern.
Okay. Thank you very much for that fine presentation. It's very clear. I want to ask, now that we already know the guidelines for establishing petrol stations been identified by the DPR, according to your presentation. And it has been observed that many of the filling stations did not meet the criteria, especially in terms of locating their station close to hospital and residential buildings. Now, what is going to happen now? They already established. Some of them are 400 meters, some
are not even up to 10 meters or even 5 meters from each other, what is going to happen? Does the state or individuals have the power to change their location now? And also, the residential buildings, knowing that they are at risk just in case of fire incidents, what is expected of them to do? Or what measures can they take in order to at least see whether they can be protected in the case of fire incidents?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. The state has the power to change the location of the petrol filling station. But first, we have to look into the source of the problem. We need to find out is it that the owners of these petrol filling stations are not aware of these guidelines? And how do they go about establishing their petrol filling station? So first, if for instance they are not aware, ignorance is part of the factor, I think the government can compensate them and give them another site to locate their fuel stations. And for the residents, it's for their own good. They are advised to look for other places very far away from the petrol filling station, places that adheres to the 15-meter distance. So, because if there's a fire outbreak now, before the firefighters come, if they've lost life, we can't regain the life again. So it's for their own good if they're able to move far away from the station. And from now henceforth, if they can look into it that before any fuel station is established, they should first meet the guidelines. They don't just establish because you bought a land and you're thinking of going into the petrol.
Okay, I don't know whether states, the DPR have their state representatives on ground, because it's not state government that bring out this guideline, it's DPR. Now, what will DPR themselves do? Because if you leave it in the hands of the state, chances are that they could be, instead of compensating them, they could be compensated to allow them to stay where they are, and by way of the corruption of our country. So, and we know that what is at stake is far more than any compensation. That is, if in case of fire, lives will be lost. Is there anything DPR themselves, are they seeing it in the first place? Because doing anything now is said, if somebody give them license to establish the job there.
Exactly what, yes, I like this question, but I said earlier that even the DPR guideline we're talking about, says the person who do establish station must have passed through the DPR. So that's where we need to maybe another body create or restricting the system within the DPR to ensure that it is adhered to. Because if, for instance, I come to get something from somewhere, get a laptop, and they were asked not to sell the laptop, and because nobody is watching and I need money, if there's no proper guidance, the laptop may be failed because I need the money. So I think we should, the problem is not the policy. Most of our problem is not lack of policy, it's lack of enforcement of policy in Nigeria.
Well, actually, you've done a good work here, but I just want to make a bit of a little contribution. The issue is not the regulations. Okay. The issue is enforcement. And where we can now come in is providing them data to enable them to enforce. You mean you have a procedure where before you get approval, I'll look at what is on the ground. I'll look at where I have building footprints, look at where they are reserved, and I can decide not to approve that location for you. I think the court issue we're having is compliance and then sticking to that instruction. That's exactly what is happening. That's just what the contribution I want to make.
Thank you very much, sir. That's very necessary. Thank you. So there's someone here.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. You looked at the problem. For some time, the problems are being caused by the residents.
You said the president?
The residents.
Okay, the residents. Okay.
Yes. Like the power to approve a filling station, the final approval lies in the DPR. But the starting approval starts from fire service.
Okay.
The fire service, they will come and do what they call risk impact assessment, which after that, they will now recommend that this place is safe for filling station. Maybe before that time, nobody have lived around that place. Once that filling station become functional, residents will start coming. And you know, you cannot tell somebody who have a land by your side not to build his own house when the land use is not specified, because every land have what we call land use. If the land use is not specified, you can get your approval, and the resident also have his approval to build his own house. So the issue is not only the business people, but people that live in there. We should also sensitize the public so that they will now see the danger of living very close to a fire-prone area, so that they can, at least to some extent, safeguard their lives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good observation, because that's now bringing up another question for us. For me to find out if the petrol filling stations were first established before the buildings,
Yes.
or if the buildings
comes before the
yeah,
filling
so
station.
that's a very good point we need to work on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think it is a very good topic, and you executed it very well with maps. As I said, maps are very good in this kind of study. There was a time I wanted to do this kind of work. I don't know, somewhere I went around interviewing, talking to people with filling stations. And some of them told me that they didn't know anything about what I was saying. So, anyway, so you also pointed out many of the anomalies found that are very, very, very important, particularly the locations of houses within very, very close to the filling station and hospitals and so on. So, and then who are the people responsible for this? You mentioned urban planners. That's very good. Yes. I think we should have gone to them to find out what is their job. What are they doing? Do they know about all these things that you just pointed out? It's true. So this is another problem, as you mentioned, that somebody should take it up as maybe a master's degree or even PhD and go further to include even fire outbreaks, both in homes and around filling stations. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for that observation. Okay. So, what's the question?
Okay, online participants, you have a question. Yeah, Toby Ali. Can you ask your question, please? Unmute and speak to us.
Okay, while we wait for that question, from what Prof said, sensitization is also very important, because he said he went to talk to the petrol filling station and they were not even aware. It's people that are aware that can adhere to something. It's going to be a general sensitization, because you don't know who will be interested in this trade in the nearest future. Okay.
Please confirm you can hear me, please.
Yeah,
we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name is Toba Ali, and first I will render my apology that I couldn't be on ground at Enugu. I'm currently in Kenya, so I can't combine the two together. Now, two speakers before me now made mention of something, and that was why I dropped my hand, but I now have to put it back because I have sort of contribution to add to it. I want to give an instance. While I was working with the Oyo State Housing Corporation, sometimes in 2006, I stumbled on an old map, which was as far back as 1957. And then, along the famous UI Secretariat Road, which is one of the major roads in Ibadan, there's a filling station by Oluwatoyin Junction, which is called Mobile Filling Station. On that map, I can see that the mobile filling station has been existing even before independence. But today, as we speak, that filling station is surrounded by banks, by shopping malls, even residential. So it's the only one as a filling station within that area. Though we have another one, which is like across the stream or like a river. So it's a bit far. Now, what I'm saying is, if we have such, and just like he said, it now boils down to the town planning, who approves so many locations, because we have so many people building without approval. We have so many surveyors carrying out survey without detailing the surroundings, the immediate surrounding of places they go for survey. All you just need to do is just the 4 corner points of the survey plan, length times breadth, give the area. They are not particularly detailed about the proposed route, existing structures around the place. So as a surveyor, I will advise surveyors to upscale their data. When you go to a site, even you have roads existing, proposed one, ask questions from existing people and let them know, okay, what is this for? Because and also the town planners, they shouldn't just sit down at the office and approve just any plan that comes their way because it brings money to them. They should do due diligence. Because going through the building plan of my grandmom's house, I noticed that even in the 70s, in the 80s, before you lay the foundation, people come from the town planning department of the Ibadan municipal government then, which is covering the Ibadan Metropolis. They come and inspect your site. You dare not lay that foundation if they are not there to certify that, okay, this foundation is up to the depth that is supposed to be. This wall you are taking, you are using the right concrete block, you're using the right mix of cement. But we don't do all those again. Even projects that are road constructions that are drains, we see people that supervise it, they just sit under one chair, under the tree, no close monitoring. So as professionals, we should all put aside that, okay, on this project, I'm here to make money. We should always try as much as possible to know that, okay, on this project, I want to make impact. I want to see this project in the next 10, 15, 20 years and be proud of it that I'm part of this project. There are some projects that even some governors, before they finish their tenure of 4 years, you can't even point anything towards it. Thank you very much, and do have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments. And thank you, Nulu, for your presentation. Let's take the next one, Grace. Grace is one of our conference delegates from Rivers State University.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present my work. My topic is mapping particulate matter, PM 2.5, pollution distribution in Eleme local government area of Rivers State using IDW interpolation technique. Next slide, please. Introduction. This presentation explores critical issues of particulate matter, that's PM 2.5, air pollution distribution in Eleme local government area. We will delve into background of environmental challenges, method issues, used to map its distribution and implications for public health and environmental management. All right. Research problems. Eleme local government area, for those who don't know, is a local government area in Rivers State and is a major industrial hub with significant air pollution. There are various industries located in Eleme local government area. Our Port Harcourt refinery is located there, even though it's not working. We have Indorama Petrochemicals and Indorama Fertilizer Company and other industries. There are issues of emissions from these industries that cause air pollution, which is dangerous to human health. Particulate matter PM 2.5 is a particle or is a pollutant with diameter PM 2.5, small enough to penetrate into the bloodstreams and cause cardiovascular diseases and respiratory issues. So it's a major concern that we go into this study in Eleme local government area since it hosts a lot of industries who emit these particles. Key issues of this area is that there's no network or ground station, there's no monitoring station on ground to know the levels of particulate matter, PM 2.5 in this area. We don't know the spatial variability. How does it differ across the area? We don't know where are the pollution hotspots and the risks. Based on that, the public health at risk. Justification. This study fills the data gap using cost-effective geospatial technologies to map PM 2.5 distribution across Eleme local government area. This is my study area, Eleme local government area, located in southern part of Rivers State, Nigeria, within the Niger Delta. Next slide, please. Aim and objective of this study. Aim of this research is to map the spatial distribution of PM 2.5 pollution in Eleme local government area using IDW interpolation technique. IDW means inverse distance weighing technique, which is a mapping technique in GIS. I used ArcGIS Pro, the technique that is used where it applies the technique of, in geography, there's what we call first law of geography. That law states that things that are closer to each other are more related than things that are far apart. So this technique is based off of that law, that something that is close to a particular point. So if I pick a point here and measure the particulate matter distribution at this point, the next point, which is maybe where Prof is sitting down, is more related to something to a point that is maybe outside the university. So it uses that technique to replicate particulate matter distribution. So we can take from a known point and get the unknown points. So research objective to model and map spatial distribution of PM 2.5 pollution in local government using IDW interpolation technique to identify and map statistical significance of PM 2.5 hotspots and cold spots, identify where are the hotspots, where are these emissions more, to analyze the seasonal variation. Does PM 2.5 pollution distribution vary across the season, the dry and wet season? To analyze the relationship between PM 2.5 pollution and land use at the distribution of PM 2.5, is it based off of the land use patterns? Okay, thank you. No, the next one. This study seeks to answer the following research questions. What are the spatial distribution of PM2.5 concentration in Elemi local government area? Where are PM2.5 hotspots and cold spots located? How do seasonal variations or meteorological factors influence PM2.5 distribution in Elemi local government? What are the key relationships between PM2.5 and land use in Elemi local government area? All right, methodology and data design. This research made use of a quantitative geospatial analysis that's cross-sectional. We made use of quantitative techniques and GIS techniques to achieve the results for this work. For my primary data source, I made use of Harcourt 500 series, which is a device that measures particulate matter PM2.5 in different locations. It's handheld, it's a very small device. You just have to put it on, and where you are, it will measure the level of particulate matter in that location. Secondary data, satellite imagery. So satellite imagery, we made use of Sentinel-5P, which is a satellite embedded technique which we use to measure that the satellite moves around the Earth and measures air quality. So we picked out PM2.5 from that satellite data. I also made use of the Cylon model gotten from Ventus Sky. It's a site that publishes and monitors air quality across the country and the world, basically. Meteorological data from NIMET. The software use ArcGIS Pro, Google Earth Engine to extract data. I use Google Earth Engine to extract the data from the satellite image. Microsoft Excel for statistical analysis. Key analysis include IDW interpolation using ArcGIS Pro, hotspot analysis also using ArcGIS Pro. Statistical validation, I did ANOVA RUMSE, which is root mean square error, which is to test IDW technique to know how valid the technique was able to interpolate or measure PM2.5 data. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. Persuasive and severe pollution. After all the analysis, first of all, from the data, we got that the annual mean of PM2.5 in Elemi local government area is 36.9, which is higher than the WHO recommended standard of 20. So this study shows that PM2.5 levels are very high in the local government area and major concern. Okay, WHO guidelines show that annual mean of PM2.5 should be around 10 grams. This means pollution levels are 3.7 times higher than WHO safety limits, implication chronic public health risk and the entire population of Elemi local government area. These high levels of PM2.5 means that the people of Elemi local government area or the population is at risk. Next slide. Right. This is a map showing the distribution of particulate matter across Elemi local government area. This first one is a monthly distribution of Elemi local government PM2.5 distribution in Elemi local government area, while the other one is the mean for the entire year. So this map shows a distinct population fume over industrial zones. That is, these areas with red, that shows a deeper shade of red, have 55 to 70 grams of PM2.5 in the air. And that means it's very high within those areas. And those areas are notable areas where there are industries, the Indorama and other smaller industries are located within those areas. A clear distance decay effect. Conclusion, industrial points sources are primary drivers of pollution. This map shows that most of those where those industries are located are sources of PM2.5 pollution. And because of those industries which are in Elemu area have attracted more people to those areas, meaning the high vehicular emissions, more people coming in for work and all that. So there are more vehicles coming in into the area. There's an extreme amount of vehicular emissions there, which also contributes to PM2.5 distribution. Next slide. All right, hotspot analysis. This analysis was done on ArcGIS Pro. Statistically, significant hotspot. That means after this analysis, we found out that there's statistically significant hotspot, 99% confidence rate in industrial areas, meaning that at those points where the industries are located, there's a high level of emissions there. Of critical hotspots extended to critically, hotspot extends into residential area like Apajo, where those at this point where it's red, there's a hotspot. That's a hotspot location there, and those hotspots, that hotspot location is extended into a residential area there called Apajo, and those residents are at risk, like the older people and the children. Hotspots are in the northern zones, northern rural areas where there are farms, so there are hardly any emissions down there. Conclusion: residential communities near industries and major roads faces disproportionately high exposures. Next slide. For seasonal variation, this analysis was done using Excel, and it shows that during the dry season, which is from November down till March, we have a mean of 52.5, and this means during the dry season, PM2.5 distribution emission rate is very, very high. And during the wet season, April down to October, we have 28.3, even though it's not as high as the dry season. It's still quite high because WHO standards puts it at 10. Regression analysis: rainfall is a significant predictor, meaning that during those rainfall periods, the rain washes down particulate matter or particles in the air down the soil, so reducing the amount of particles in the air and reducing the amount of pollution. Next slide. All right, method validation. So to validate the data and all the analysis done, I made use of the few data Asylum model and satellite data to validate. My major source of data was the satellite data. So the other two was a means of validating what I got from the satellite. If maybe in a situation where comparing both data, in a situation where if this one is not available, can I go for this other one? So from that validation technique, which I did t-test and ANOVA, shows that data shows a strong agreement. That means even if you use field data or use the Asylum data or use the satellite data, they're all okay for the study. T-test shows no significant difference between data sources, where P is equal to 0.64. IDW validation, RMSE is less than 5 for most months, which is a good accuracy. The RMSE validation technique is done on ArcGIS Pro. How it's done is that you leave, in short, is basically saying leave one in, leave one out. So you remove the unknown and you remove the known one that you have, and then the what's not there, we'll bring out what's there. I don't know if that's clear enough. So, conclusion. The next slide. The study successfully mapped PM 2.5 pollution in local government. Industrial emissions are primary sources. Pollution is severe, widespread, and seasonal. A majority of the pollution of the population is at risk. The study provides validated, cost-effective model for air quality mapping in data-scarce regions. Thank you. Any questions?
Any question for her? Any question? Online participants, any question for Grace? Grace, go back to your first slide.
The source of the data. I didn't get your question.
A
closed map. That is open.
It's open.
Yes, sir.
So people, you can easily access it and update it. We access it. Is it an open map?
Please, yes, from OpenStreet.
Okay, the base map is from OpenStreetMap. So she has used open map data. So are we good to go with her? Let's give her a round of applause, please. Oh, Prof. Her name is Grace. Grace Martins-Ateli from Rivers State University. Yes, sir.
Martins.
Yes, sir.
Martins.
Grace Martins-Ateli. You have question for her?
What is that?
Particulate matter.
PM2.
Matter of the data.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. Particulate matter PM 2.5.
Yes, sir.
Gas flares. Gas flares in the air.
Yes, yes.
So what this year research? What did it solve? Did it solve any? Because I know that when you said it that when there is rainfall,
Yes, sir.
some of those particulates reduced because the rain hit them and they fall on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and so what? But the gas flaring is continuous.
Yes, sir. So from the research work now, we now know that the particulate matter in the air is very high. So for recommendation and conclusion,
can we
have
to your
people.
It's all right. That's my question.
Okay. You can see that the PM 2.5 is very high. So now what we have to do is awareness and also checkmate those industries who are, flaring out gases, which is already on ground, currently, ongoing. So they are checkmating. What are they doing? A few weeks ago, there was an EIA study done in Indorama to checkmate the emissions. They were things like the pollution rates they were emitting. So to know if to also reduce to tell them that, okay, this is what we had before and now it's now higher. So what can we do to reduce this? So people should reduce your emission if it boils down to cutting down on setting those, or basically reducing those emissions from those companies. And public awareness for the residents, maybe till those emissions are reduced to a certain extent, they have to make use of nose marks to protect themselves.
Okay, thank you, Grace. My question is how dangerous or how toxic is PM 2.5 that requires its mapping or reduction?
Okay, PM 2.5 is very, very dangerous. There are different types of particulate matter air pollutions. We have PM10 and the others. But PM 2.5 is one of the smallest, diameter of 2.5, that's the diameter. So it's very small enough to bypass your body's immune system. So it goes, once you breathe PM 2.5 in a very unhealthy level, it can cause cardiovascular diseases, heart diseases, high blood pressure, and it's very dangerous to the human health.
Because there are many types of pollution. What particular type of pollution can the emission of this PM2?
Burning of fossil fuel.
Sorry.
Burning of fossil fuel. Okay. So we have burning of firewood, coal, basically just the fossil fuel community, like those burning of fossil fuel. That's the major source of PM 2.5.
So from regulatory indication, you made us to understand that the pollution has been discussed. First mentioned type of pollution is air pollution.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are working on air pollution.
Yes, yes, sir.
That's when you now start talking about the source. You mentioned the sources and not the type. When you say fossil from fuel, that is the source. But the type of pollution should be, if you're talking about air pollution, water pollution, noise, sound pollution.
The type of this type of pollution.
But anyway, the one you're working on is air pollution.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about particulate matter PM.
Yes.
It's okay. Thank you.
All right.
Dust, yes, dust. How do you distinguish? How do you separate them? In your research, how do you separate pollution from dust and from the burning fossil fuel? Because all of them mix together in the air and the air.
Yes, yes, yes. Dust also like particles from the earth also come with a little bit of particulate matter. So in the air, like this study focuses basically on particulate matter, PM 2.5. So when the satellite covers, maybe moves around the air, it picks different types of pollution, like different forms of pollution, different forms of air pollution, because it measures air quality. So it can be CO2 and NO2, all the other parameters of the air. But I narrowed it down to just PM 2.5.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we just clap for her? Yeah, thank you, Grace Martins-Ateli. Before we come back again to the those who are presenting from here, let's just take two more quickly from the online participants, and then we'll be able to want to quickly round up so that we can close on time today. Our meal is available already, and we'll be having a closing ceremony. The HOD is already here, and we want to appreciate him for all that he's doing to ensure that this conference is successfully hosted. We want to invite Mrs. Itape Ogeyi Mercy, join us from Reverend Moses Osho Adasu University. Itape Ogeyi Mercy, are you there? So quickly talk to us about your PhD work or proposal, and let's have an idea of what you are doing, and give you more suggestions or comments on that. If you can use the next 5 minutes to do that, that will be fine. So after that, we have good news. Adana from Port Harcourt, River State University, also use the next 5 minutes to talk to us in summary of what she is doing. So, Mrs. Ogeyi, oh beautiful, you are there. Ikape Ogeyi Mercy.
Good afternoon.
Are you on now?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful.
Can you hear me from here?
Yeah, she was supposed. Yeah, we can hear you. She was supposed to present yesterday, but she rushed out to take her son to the hospital for operation.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I want
Good
to start existing protocol. My proposed topic is assessment of the impact of agrochemical on soil quality in Odu local government area of Benue State. Agrochemical use have been widely adopted globally to enhance agricultural productivity. However, the excessive and the poorly managed application has resulted in adverse effects on soil quality, biodiversity, and environmental health. In Nigeria, the dependency of... Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
I shall continue. In Nigeria,
continue.
Okay. In Nigeria, the dependence on chemical fertilizer and pesticide has increased significantly, particularly in a smallholding farming community, such as those in Odu local government area of Benue State. This has led to soil degradation and reduced soil fertility and contamination. Understanding the spatial and chemical impact of agrochemical through GIS offer new opportunity for sustainable soil management. Statement of the problem. Despite the widespread use of agrochemical, there is a limited empirical data linking their application to soil degradation in Odu local government area of Benue State. Farmers often rely on non-scientific guidelines for chemical use, contributing to soil contamination and nutrient imbalance. Furthermore, previous studies have not integrated GIS tools for spatial assessment of soil quality in the area. The aim and objective. The main aim of this study is to assess the impact of agrochemical on soil quality using GIS technique in the local government area. The study seeks to provide actionable recommendation for mitigating the negative effect of agrochemical pollutants in the area. The specific objective. This work will be guided by the following objectives: document farmer agrochemical practices, that is the type, the dosage, timing and storage and then disposal of this agrochemical, and then the extension access using structure questionnaire and key informant interview. And then to evaluate the current physical, chemical, and biological properties of soil under agrochemical use in the local governments. And to also examine the extent to which agrochemical affects soil pH, nutrient balance, and organic matter and microbiome population. To map and analyze spatial variation in soil degradation linked to agrochemical use across different farming communities in Oju local government area of Benue State. Then to suggest evidence-based recommendation for promoting sustainable management and responsible agrochemical use in the study area. Research hypothesis. Based on the objective listed above, in this research on the topic of agrochemical and soil physical character or soil quality, the following are the null and alternative hypotheses. There is no significant level of agrochemical contamination in soil in the selected local community of the local government area. Agrochemical contamination does not have a significant impact on soil quality in the selected area. Third, there is no significant relationship between agrochemical usage and soil quality in the study area. Alternative hypothesis. There is a significant level of agrochemical contamination of soil in the selected area. Farmer and stockholder are significantly aware of the environmental effect of agrochemical in the study area. There is a significant relationship between agrochemical practice and environmental quality in the selected area. There is a significant relationship between agrochemical usage and soil quality in the study area. The scope of the study. This research is designed to critically examine the impact of agrochemical use on soil quality in Oju local government area of Benue State. The spatial scope will involve both the field-based and GIS-based analysis. Soil sample will be collected from selected farmland that have been subjected to agrochemical treatments and then compare with the sample from untreated control plots. Furthermore, satellite imagery and then spatial mapping tool will be employed to visualize and analyze pattern of soil degradation and land use within the area.
Okay. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, sir.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you still hear me?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very, very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. We just want to know what you are doing. You mentioned the objective and then the data you are collecting. Am I right? What are the expected outcome? I'm sure you've not completed research. Am I right?
No, sir. No, sir.
So what are the expected outcome? What are the go ahead.
The expected outcome of the study. The research is expected to generate a comprehensive quantitative data on the physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of soil in Oju local governments. It's expected that the laboratory analysis of soil provide the baseline information. And then using geographical information system and remote sensing technique, the study will produce a spatial distribution map showing areas of varying soil qualities.
All right. Thank you very much. We are okay with your presentation. Let's know if there's any question. It's a proposal she is working on for her PhD. I don't know if there's any question or comment or contribution to that from this end. Anyone? All right. So from the virtual participants, any
comments? Any question? Okay, thank you very much. Joachim, you don't have any question, you don't have any comment from Uganda. Okay, so thank you very much, Ikape Ogeyi Messi, for that proposal. We look forward that when you complete the work, we'll be able to see the results shared widely for everyone to see. Thank you, thank you. Let's go over to Goodness. Is Goodness there? Goodness Wigwe, are you there? Okay, beautiful. So just quickly share with us what you are working on, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, Goodness Wigwe is one of the IT students with Unique Mappers Network, and I think this is part of internship tax. So let's know what you are doing. Can you go on the next 5 minutes, please? Let's go.
Good news, Adana, a 300 level student of the Department of Geology, River State University, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Today, I'll be giving a presentation on mapping water resources and sanitation infrastructure for sustainable development in Nigeria, a geospatial approach to achieving the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. Okay. We all know that access to clean water and sanitation is a critical challenge in Nigeria, and many communities, especially in the rural areas and peri-urban areas, lack reliable water infrastructure and proper sanitation systems. Next slide. So the next line is the outline or contents of this presentation, running through from the introduction to the conclusion. Now, the introduction, clean water and sanitation remain critical challenge in Nigeria. Nigeria is facing a significant water and sanitation challenge with millions lacking safe drinking water. And this is common in the rural and the peri-urban communities, because these places are affected due to inadequate infrastructure and poor documentation, poor mapping of groundwater and sanitation system, and SDG targets universal access to safe water and sanitation. Okay, the next slide is on the problem statement. Inadequate water resource mapping, limited sanitation infrastructure data, contamination risk areas often unknown, poor institutional and community coordination. Next slide is based on the aim and objective of this presentation. Okay, the aim is to apply open geospatial tools and geological data to support SDG 6 by mapping water resources and sanitation infrastructure in Nigeria. This aim helps in integrating geological and hydrological data with community mapping. Then the objective of this study is to identify and map wells, boreholes, and water facilities, map sanitation infrastructure, including toilets and drainage, and integrate hydrological and geological data sets, engage communities using participatory mapping, and support evidence-based decision. Now let's look at the tools and technologies in carrying out this. So one of the tools is OpenStreetMap. The OpenStreetMap, next slide please. The OpenStreetMap is used for mapping water and sanitation points. Then we have the mapillary, which can be used for street level imagery for verification. Then the QGIS can be used for special processing and map production. So this QGIS can also be used for layering hydrological and geological data and creating maps based on these data. Then we have the GPS and mobile apps. They are used in collecting field data. Then we have the open data portals where we could get hydrology and geology data, including the land cover data. Then our next slide is talking about the methodology. Data collection include online and field sources. So the desktop geospatial analysis, field mapping, and mobile data capture, integration of geological and hydrological data, community training and participatory mapping, spatial visualization, and decision support. So this methodology can GIS analysis overlaid water points with geology and hydrogeology, communities mapping workshops, empowered youth and women to capture data. Then findings were also validated through field checks and digital platforms. So the next is how geospatial analysis, the focus of geospatial analysis. The next slide. Okay. Okay, this is a case study. This case study is open mapping for water points in Kano and Kaduna. The project was based on an humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, Nigeria water and sanitation mapping. The location, Kano and Kaduna. The tools used as OSM, that is OpenStreetMap, field papers, Mapillary, and QField. Now, the key actions here were training local volunteers in mobile data collection, digitizing boreholes, hand pumps, wells, and toilets, collecting accessibility and functionality data, mapping drainage and flood-prone areas. Then there are outcomes. The outcome of this project was that 3,500 water points were mapped and communities were identified with non-functional boreholes. Then it also improved NGO planning for boreholes, repairs, and sanitation programs. It also strengthened local capacity in GIS and open mapping. Now, this study is relevant because it demonstrates viability of open tools for SDG. It also validates value of community-driven mapping in Nigeria. Now, that's a case study, but after this case study, or on this presentation, there are key findings, and these key findings are found in the next, okay. Now, the key finding is that open mapping improve environment data access. Participatory mapping increases accuracy and trust. Then geospatial tools, equitable resources planning, and also its strong potential for scaling nationwide. So it's not just at a particular location, it can be done nationwide. Then the recommendations attached to this presentation is that, next slide, institutional open geospatial tools in water programs, she established community GIS units at local government area level, integrate geological and hydrological data sets in planning, then strengthen collaboration among academia, governments, and NGOs, then also promote open data and citizen science initiatives. Now, in conclusion, a geospatial and community-driven approach is essential to achieving SDG 6 in Nigeria, combining geological knowledge, open mapping tools, and local participation ensures equitable and sustainable access to clean water and sanitation. Okay, next slide. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adana. Good News Wigwe, for your presentation. Let's know if we have any question. Any question? Yeah, we have question for you here. Any other person? Okay, so Adana, take your question.
Adana, good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
One of the SDGs, like you said, SDG 6 has clean water and sanitation, and I believe SDG 6.1, 6.2 has it as access for all to clean water. Now, as we are mapping these water resources and sanitation infrastructure, how will you analyze, or how will you aim to study the access of the residents or the locals in your study areas to the water facilities? Because I was thinking or hoping to see where you talk about nearest neighbor analysis and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay. This is actually a paperwork. It was done based on what people have done. But in order to answer your question, like I said before, Mapillary, the Mapillary app can be used in carrying out this task or carrying out this analysis, because the Mapillary tool gives you a street level imagery of what you want to achieve. So depending, I want to work on my study area, I would likely go with the Mapillary app because it will give me details of what I want to see or what I want to work on. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, any other person? Okay, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, based on what you said, say something about you haven't mapped 3,000 boreholes, if I'm not mistaken, in various communities, right?
Okay, yeah.
And my question is this: even though that you have mapped the place, I don't know if you did it or maybe you collected data from different resources. So my question is this: how can this your research help maybe let me say in producing water in different places, even though that you have actually mapped them? Because you know that mapping it is quite different from providing accessibility of water. So is there any way this your research study or case can actually aid in providing water in different places apart from mapping it?
Okay.
In places like Enugu State.
Okay. My research is based on clean water and sanitation. This is like going to where the waters have already been, where there is already borehole for water, and making sure that it is clean so that people don't end up taking things that are not like contaminated water or risking their lives because they are taking contaminated water. So in case of Enugu, this study or my case study is based on Kanu and Kaduna. But as a hydrogeologist, Enugu, yes, we know that in Enugu, there is difficulty in getting water. So I think there should be a deeper research on that. But my research is based on clean water and sanitation.
Okay.
Adding to what Grace has said, using part of our work to achieve, or I don't know how to put it, to achieve a foresight of how to supply water to an area. Let's start with Professor Zwaji's work on linear programming of water supply in Enugu State. There are works done with people, done by various scholars and researchers in various fields. Coming to water supply in Enugu, if you now is more easy to access journals and articles online, such as research in Nigeria is just paper tiger. What do I mean by paper tiger? It's just in the book there, or it's just ink, shouting and waiting for the government to recommend or to enforce it as being recommended. If you go online, you get various hydrological and geological data you need. We all know, we researchers know basically that any shell formation, sedimentary layers will be impossible to, or will restrict you, will be hostile, restricting you from getting borehole water supply. So you have to resolve to rainwater harvesting or surface water supply from the rivers. That's why I still see need that she goes in depth and see what she can add to the work by sourcing, like she said, hydrological data, imputing more of hydrological data, most especially from micro water sub set prioritization data, so that it will enrich her work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Adana. Please, part of the question that was asked is, were you able to identify the 300 boreholes that you, did she answer the question? Okay, so you did a desktop review. You didn't go to the field. Am I right?
It was gotten from humanitarian.
You did a desktop review, Adana.
Yes, it was gotten from humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, HOT.
Okay, so you need to localize your work, and then let's see how you can actually get data from different platforms. Grid 3, you can get data from there and then do your analysis. They are all open source data, and then you'll be able to give us a better mapping. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So let's just take the last presenter before we go on a short break, and then we come back for a training workshop from MapGrid, and after that, will be good to close the conference. So we're calling on Dr. Amos to come and make his presentation.
Okay, thank you for this great opportunity to present my work on mapping of ecotourism hotspots in Enugu State, a sustainable approach to ecotourism development in Nigeria. You discover that most tourism centers in Nigeria has been abandoned, and some of them that are being used are not meant to preserve nature within the environment. So ecotourism development is some form of preserving the eco-environment, preserving the environment while using the tourism centers. Next slide. Okay, that's the abstract explaining the outcome that was actually attained at the end of the research. This is a completed research that involved the use of geospatial technology in identifying these tourism centers and producing maps to help tourists in assessing those facilities while the nature within the environment is maintained. Next slide. Ecotourism is a nature-oriented tourism intended to contribute to the conservation of the natural environment. Some people call it sustainable tourism. In Enugu, for instance, we have renowned diverse biodiversity, rich biodiversity, cultural heritages, hills, lakes, dams, but all these things are not put into use, and some of them have been colonized by the communities within those localities, and the elites or the traditional rulers in the communities are now using it as their own personal investment, where they stock money from tourists. Next slide. Despite the potential for ecotourism development, Enugu currently lacks a comprehensive mapping of its hotspots. We don't have a comprehensive map showing some of these facilities, that tourists can actually visit to enjoy their stay in Enugu. Currently, the government is into tourism. They are building structures, renovating roundabouts, building 5-star hotels, international conference centers that will attract investors and tourists into Enugu. But aside from those factors, apart from those structures within the state, the central area, you don't have other places to visit to be able to enjoy and interact with nature. So this study is going to produce a map, has produced a map actually because it's a concluded work that can direct tourists, to some of these places. So it closes that map, closes that gap of identifying and mapping and analyzing even the hotspots, within the area. Next slide. The aim is to produce a map of ecotourism hotspots in Enugu State for sustainable tourism development, while the objectives were to identify and classify tourism hotspots within Enugu, to determine the locations of hotspots using global positioning system instruments, and to ascertain the current state of these hotspots and their potential for future development. Then finally, we produce a map that can lead people to their destinations. Next slide. Now, yes, this is the map of Enugu State, showing all the local government, the 17 local governments in the state. And we're able to go to these sites, pick their coordinates, and plot them according to the local government. So that wherever you find yourself in Enugu, whether in Uji, whether in Nsukka, whether in Udenu, whether in Oji River, you'll be able to have access to these tourism centers where you can go relax and enjoy yourself. Next slide. Yeah, this is the methodology we applied. We had to extract the coordinates of those locations because we visited them on ground. We have to use Google image to even spot the place before going. Then on the second day that we were able to obtain the digitized map of Enugu State. Then we georeferenced the map, created shape files because we had to put the attributes to know whether those places are in use, whether they are not in use, the conditions, so that even if the government is interested in this map, they can use it to actually know which of these tourism centers to develop. Then we analyze the data based on the local government, and then we finally came up with a map. Next slide. Yeah, this is the areas that were identified. Actually, this is just for the projection. We have 31 tourist destinations that were identified in Enugu. One of them is our home waterfall. Adada River, which is now the constructed dam there, the Akuke Beach, the Ikrike Hill, the Henneken Lake in Eziago, and all that. Next slide. So we considered also the current states. As we went there, we were able to pick the current situation of the arena, where we have that Eziago, the Ahom waterfall is in use, but for religious purposes, people go there on pilgrimage basis. Then the Adada Dam, they just finished constructing the dam, but it has not been put into use. So people now go there for picnic and sightseeing. The Henneken Lake is still there. That Eziago there is wrong. The Henneken Lake is there, unused, and a whole number of them. Next slide. Now, this is the data that was acquired and all the attributes. The coordinate, you have the coordinates at the end, the XY, you have the attribute, the information there, and even the allocation. So from this now, we're able to produce the map. Next slide. That's the map showing the spots where they are located. Some of them also can be visited. When you go to, take for instance, Igbe-Etiti, you can visit the Adada Dam because it's trackable from Ako. So from this map now, you'll be able to know, assuming you are in a particular local government, you can be able to have a section of the facilities, the tourism centers you can visit, that will not cost you much money for transportation. Now we did a spatial distribution of ecotourism destinations according to the local government. You can see that Ogun have more, followed by Enugu North, then Udi. You know, that's how we're able to rate them depending on where you are, so that you'll be able to know the availability of the tourism centers. We also did a percentage of classification because we have hills, we have rivers and all that. And you can see that hills have more. We have many hills in Enugu, then followed by waterfall. Then others are still classified. Next slide. So this is it. We're able to produce the map as proposed, and any visitor in Enugu can have access to it. We also have other attributes that gave us insight into what is obtainable. Take, for instance, the Okpatu Hill is the highest location in Enugu. It has the highest, in the southeast, it has the highest altitude in the southeast. So these are the attributes and information that can be accessed with the map that was produced from this study. Thank you, and God bless you.
Questions for you? Do we have questions from online participants?
Thank you very much, sir, for this well-explained study. It's really necessary because some core members were asking me where are the sites in Enugu. Even when they came for AGM, people were like, Enugu don't have anywhere. I said there's waterfall, but I could not explain the location of waterfall. So this is very necessary. But I want to ask, sir, I noticed it's not included if there is a body managing it and if I have to pay a particular fee. For instance, I go to one of the waterfalls. Am I expecting to meet somebody that will pay a fee to, or is just open for everyone to access any of them at any time?
No, some of them you pay if you like. The one at Eziago, the waterfall at Eziago, the community is managing it. The one at Ohum, the church is managing it. Okay. You understand? So there they have conditions to, yes, it is within the premises of the Homo Monastery. They have a waterfall there where people go to pray. But it's also a tourism center. You know, so the church is managing it. For those who come to pray, they can go there, see the facilities. So I know that of Ohum you don't pay, but it is within the premise. You have to enter the church before you get in there. So, but that of Eziago, you enter the community, you pay a toll before you enter. You know, but some other ones are even abandoned.
Okay, sir. Okay, but so I want to find out from this map now, which ones are really close to us here that we can easily go and see, even if it's tomorrow or.
You can go to Nickerson. At least that one is within town. Because one of the things we suffered while we were going for grant routing was insecurity, bad roads. There are places that are not quite accessible. Some of those top hills, I don't advise you to go there. Some people are using it for prayer outing. They go there for desert outing. But a place like Nickerson, they are fully developed. They are fully developed the lake that they even have boat ride. You can go there and pay 2,500. They take you on a boat ride on the lake, you know, and you will enjoy yourself there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There are more questions for you.
Okay. Somebody is with the microphone.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thematic map.
Because of
it is a good work, good research, and it's a thematic map. And we need more of such things in Enugu and even the whole country, because there are things lacking in the country that we have them, but we don't know where they are. It's a good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prof.
Good thematic map.
Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon. So I must also commend this your work because it will help in improving tourism activities in Enugu. Because I believe that during the AGMs, people complained. I was part of the ushering committee. I heard people from other places asking, where can we visit? So I was like, Enugu is not known for tourism. Though there are some tourist places you can visit, but people are not aware of it. So I believe that things like this, especially the map, it can help in maybe informing people, especially people outside Enugu that came for visit. They will know that, okay, Enugu has so places. Apart from Nike Lake and other river, so I don't think there's other tourism sites that we are aware of. Okay, and I also like to make a comment based on there are some tourist there are some tourist centers that are no longer active, if I should say, somewhere like Akuke Beach. I don't know.
Captured it. They are now scooping sand there.
Okay.
That's what they do there. They sell sand, the community sell the sand that's supposed to be forming the beach. So they are selling it to vendors who supply sand for building construction companies.
Very much true. So I don't know if there's maybe any way that government or people that are in charge of tourists or anything tourism in Enugu State can intervene, because Akuke Beach is somehow our cultural heritage and someone from Ghana. And I believe that there are other places in Enugu that are now becoming inaccessible or being abandoned because the communities are now doing whatever they like there. So I don't know if there's any way maybe an agency or government agency can intervene, making sure that those tourist centers are well kept and organized.
Okay, that is the bane of research in Nigeria. Just like the man that made the last comment before I presented, when he was discussing the last paper on water sourcing, he discovered that virtually all the work that is done in Nigeria, academic work, is done either in journals or in libraries without government, policymakers looking into it. Because like Enugu challenges about water, it has been resolved on paper, but on ground, we don't still have water. So that is the problem. What we do in our own capacity is to make sure we publish our work, and that is also one of the reasons why we strive to make this presentation. You may not know where you find yourself tomorrow. You can be the commissioner for tourism tomorrow, and then you can fall back to what you have now to develop the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope there's no other question. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Amos. Thank you. So we just go on a short break right away, and we'll come back by 3:20. Andreas is already waiting to take us on the training workshop, technical section on how to map electricity grid. So Andreas, we just want to have a 5 minutes break and then you come in. We can also see Kingston Favor. I think she's supposed to make a presentation too, a technical section, yeah, on how to use your WhatsApp to map. That's one of the emerging open mapping tools that we are using now. So Kingston Kesibari will be taking us that. So let's just have a break, launch for the next few minutes, and by 3:20 we hook up again. And after the technical section, we'll have our closing ceremony. We want to appreciate the chair of the conference, Professor Chukwunoyelem Balokaka, who has been here. So we'll be making a presentation of certificates during the closing ceremony and then closing remarks. And the head of department also, variables of Dr. Nduku Emmanuel Chiemelu is also here, who is our host. We want to appreciate you. So we'll be expecting them to give us the closing ceremonies, activities. Yeah, thank you, everyone. All the participants are registered will be having their certificates sent to their email. But during the closing ceremony, we'll be giving certificates of appreciation and others. I'll be giving right away. Thank you, everyone, for staying here, staying on with us. So enjoy your meal. Those who are online, please find something to eat. It's already lunch. And if
Andreas, hi. Can you hear me? But then how would I hear him back?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. I do hear you. I do hear you. Okay, so it looks like we're still on break. We're good to go. You sure? Everybody's I think you need to give them a couple of minutes.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. Maybe share your screen with people have something to look at
Yeah.
before we start. Yeah. If you want to
Once.
come on video to Yay!
But a great presentation this morning.
Okay, so hopefully it looks like network is a little low, but maybe you have
Yeah.
to turn off your video so that helps the bandwidth.
Yeah. I'll share my screen to see if it works.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
That is people know before we start.
The technical workshop.
I didn't do them. Was it I think it's an idea. No, it will tell you. Okay, so you guys actually ready to mark? Ah, okay. Yeah. Just you guys didn't call me laptop. So how many? Yeah. Okay. Andres, it looks like we have people here with their laptops. So yeah. Okay, that was not my thought yesterday, but all right, it would take you long. So which one are you guys using, GeoSM or IDM? So IDM. Andres, are you ready to present with IDM rather than GeoSM?
Yeah. I can do both. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the change. So it appears we have people here with the laptops willing to follow along.
Okay,
So
perfect.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, lovely. Okay.
Tell me when I can start.
Some people are still having lunch, so give us a few more
Cool. Yeah.
minutes. So and then we can start. If they're following along, do we need to share the website or something so people can?
Yeah, we can share the Map Your Grid website.
Okay. So everybody knows to go and map your grid. I hope you ever. Okay. All right. Well, the power lines are there. Sometimes, like,
Okay. Oh. So for the workshop session, we'll be using our no, no, no. Use idea. Use idea. It's all right.
You don't have to be on the group. It's a technical workshop.
No.
Andres, can someone use their mobile phone?
Technically no. But no, and not with the tooling. But technically someone can use ID to map an OpenStreetMap, and technically they can map power infrastructure. But it's not ideal. No.
Thank you.
But I'll be going, it's not just, so ideally people can map at the same time and everything. And I want it to be as interactive as possible. But even if you have your phone, you're still going to learn a lot. Just because I'll be going through the whole tutorial and stuff at the beginning. So yeah, you can still stay if you don't have your laptop. Actually, I just checked for mobile phones. You can. It's just a bit harder, but you can actually map. Yeah.
All right. How many Tosin? Tosin. How many minutes? 20 minutes. It's too small. What is funny? It is 3 plates. How many? 40. Okay, say they are saying they need more. So, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Andreas, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, good.
Your camera is not
So, you are ready with us. How many minutes are you going to give us?
Probably an hour. But
Oh, an hour. That's interesting. So, can
do you want it to
we?
be less or more?
Yeah, maybe 40 minutes
Yeah.
will be fine.
It can.
Yeah, and if possible, 30 minutes. So
30? Yeah.
because yeah, 30, 35, at most 40, please. So we
Yeah.
can we'll be rounding up with the conference.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us. and we appreciate. So you can go ahead.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this technical session. Omar. So basically, quickly introduction. I'm Andreas, part of the Map Your Grid initiative. I'm one of the main integrators of the tooling, of the strategies, making videos, a bit of everything, software development, etc. And so the aim of this workshop is for you to have all of the tools that you need, all of the knowledge, and also be confident in being able to map power infrastructure in OpenStreetMap around the world, or in Nigeria or in Enugu, like wherever you want, basically. And so the way this is going to go, I'm going to sort of do a sort of ID editor tutorial, relatively simple, with how to map power lines, substations, and different power plants as well. And then I'll give demonstrations, and then also the idea is to give you the tools to also find unmapped power infrastructure, because the goal of Map Your Grid in the end is for everyone in the world to create a global community, but also local communities that know how to map their own country, their own grid, until 2050. And for that, you need the tools and the knowledge of how to do this. So basically, if you have your laptop, then you can sort of follow the beginning bits, which will be a tutorial, sort of me more demonstrating, and then you can do it yourself as well. And if not, you can do some homework and map later on. So I'm going to start off by just quickly showing you. So we have a website, mapyourgrid.org. So if you just type Map Your Grid in like Google, then you'll find it. And here you'll have a lot of information about our initiative, why we're doing it, different countries we've mapped. So this is the map that Tosin showed this morning. Then sort of the impact, which Tosin went through this morning as well. So why is it important to map the power grid in every country, basically? And Starter Kit is basically what we're going to be going through today. So anything that I say today, you can also find on this page. It's all documented. And if you don't like to read, then that's fine, because we have YouTube video as well on different tutorials for different levels in different languages as well. And also here's strategies. So this is a bit more technical. Once, let's say you start mapping and you enjoy it and you want to get to the next level, then everything's in here. So please go to this website if you're interested. And if I'm just going to show you another really interesting website that you should look at is Open Infrastructure Map, which is basically so they're one of our partners at Map Your Grid initiative. And here you have the entire world's OpenStreetMap power grid updated every day. And so this is a very good way just to visualize the grid. So if we go to Nigeria, so as you can see, this is basically all of the grid that has been mapped in Nigeria by random individuals, communities, or Map Your Grid. And yeah, so in Enugu, for example, you have a few lines going here, different colors, different voltages. So if we start the technical mapping, I'm going to go through the ID starter kit, but if you're experienced, you can use JOSM as well. And I'll show at the very end why it's more powerful. But basically, if you have an OpenStreetMap account, then great. If not, create one. It's 2 seconds. And the first thing that you can do is, oh, and by the way, if you have any questions, please interrupt me as much as possible. Yeah. So here, basically, if you follow the starter kit, you can find good first lines. So basically, ID starter kit, map your good first line. So if you click on here, you'll basically get good first lines, which basically, you have a description here, but are lines that we have found ourselves which are more or less easy. Some can be difficult, some can be easy for beginners to start mapping. So we found these lines which need to be mapped, and all you need to do is select one. And so we have basically many countries around the world, a lot from Africa, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, Kenya, Ghana, and I added a few from Nigeria. And so basically, this is sort of one of the first steps that you would take. And so we're going to go through a few examples. So first, if we go to OpenStreetMap ID editor, here you have your editor. And what you would do is, for example, is press on the line that you select. So this one's in Nigeria. You also have some details just in case it's difficult or it's only available with some imagery. And here you can use it in JOSM or in ID. And so basically all you would do is just click on the button ID editor, and this would open a URL and teleport you to that good first line. And so as you can see here is a power tower. So if you check the different imagery, you might see some is updated and some is better. So this one is actually better with Esri. It's quite clear. This is like, let's say, relatively good imagery. And so this is basically power data. So people have mapped this. And so if you're a beginner, you can basically use these good first lines as a good way to extend it. So I'm not sure how familiar some of you are with OpenStreetMap, but I'm still going to go through some basics. But basically, the way that you want to do this is extending the line because it's not finished. And so in this case, we can see that there's a tower here, and it corresponds to this one. And if you zoom out, it can be a bit easier to see. So just quickly first, there's a substation here. So this is where basically where voltages is transformed up or down. And so all power lines go through these substations basically. And it's kind of a mess here, but you can see that this line hasn't been finished. So the way that you would finish this is basically extending it. So you can click on the node and then press A on your keyboard like that. And so if you press A on the keyboard, then that extends the power line. And all you have to do is sort of click on the next one like that. And then like that. Here we have something a bit complicated, but let's just ignore it for now. And then you can extend it and try and find the next one, which is here, like this. Same thing here. And then that. And then it connects with basically these power portals. So that's like the most simple thing you can do, and just extending a line. So you've extended a line and it's been tagged as power line, but you've placed points, nodes, which you haven't tagged, but you want to tag them as a power tower, like these ones here, right? High voltage tower. So you can technically manually do it like this and then do high voltage tower, but this is quite inefficient. So especially if you've mapped maybe like 100 towers, but there's a quick way to do this is pressing on the power line, and then pressing Control down on your keyboard. So that's Control and the arrow down. And that, as you can see, has selected all of the 52 features on this power line, which includes an anchor portal, which is like at the other side, so in the other substation. And then the rest are just high voltage towers and all these points, the points that I placed. So basically, you want to first just remove the stuff that isn't a tower, because you want to essentially tag all of these features as tower. So I'm just going to remove the anchor portal. And then since these are the rest of towers, I can safely tag all of these as high voltage tower. So if you don't have it here, you would type high voltage tower like that. And as you can see, all these points that were here have now been tagged. And so that's this one, this one, this one, the ones I just placed basically. So, and that's that. So right there, for example, you've extended a power line. And so you've placed, power towers and tagged them. Another thing that you can do instead, so if you're in a case where there isn't a line like before, then you can create one. So line at the top here, and then just placing and just do the same thing, basically something like this, right? And then let's say you finished. And then in the difference is that now you have to tag the power line. And so this is power line like this. And that's it. You've tagged the line, and then you would tag the nodes, control down. And these are high voltage towers. So that's basically how you tag and map a power line. A few tips. Power lines, so lines tend to go in a straight line and from time to time change direction. So when you're trying to find the next tower, then it's most likely going to follow the same path. Another tip is trying to look for the shadow. Here the imagery is quite good, but sometimes I'll be showing this in a bit. The shadow will be easier to see. Sometimes you can see the cables. Here it's not very visible, but that can also be a way to know where the next tower is going to be going. And yeah, so that's a few tips. So if anyone has any questions, please interrupt me. If not, I can show you what you would do is when you get to the substation and how to map that. So basically, well, technically this is wrong, but yes.
Hello, Andres. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so for the benefit of our participants here, we would like you to start afresh again from the first step so that they can follow step by step. Yeah, thank you. And then, yeah, just take it one step at a time.
Yeah.
Just
let me
go
just
ahead. Can you just start afresh? Can you just start afresh again? Okay, finish up this and then you start afresh. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me just get an easier example. So okay. So let me. Okay, actually no. Let's do this. So let's all go to this Nigeria line here. If you go to our website and you scroll down, this is the Nigeria line. So the first one with these coordinates, so 10.59 and 7. The first step is ID editor. And this is going to move you to there. If you're not logged in, then log in. And so the first step is, so here we've got a tower. I'm going to go on, Esri is better. And if we zoom out a little bit, we can see that the next big one is here.
Sorry, the previous link where you got Nigeria, where was that from?
Oh yeah, sorry. So basically, if you go on our starter kit page, and then you scroll down to good first line here. Or you can go to our map it page and then scroll down to our good first lines. Like that. Good first lines. And then here, try and scroll down to the Nigeria one. So this one here, the first one. Like this. And then you go to ID editor. So like that. And then it should load like this. And then you'll see the towers, the lines, etc. Then
Andreas,
yes.
So I don't think everybody's following at your pace. So if you mind just slowing down a few minutes when you say something. So for example, how you got here, some people are still struggling to figure out how you got here. So just a bit of, patience and asking questions so that you're sure that people are following. Some people are following on, but some other people are also struggling. Yeah. So, for example, how you got here? Do you want to start again? I'm so sorry, but just take it slower now, and then ask questions so to be sure that everyone is following along. I know you're an expert at this, everybody knows, but yeah, just a bit more. So can everybody see this now? So are we all here? We're all here now, right? Okay, so Andres, you can take the next step.
Yeah.
Okay, so then let's all go to the Map It page. And then we want to scroll down and go to the good first lines. And press on that.
Is everybody there now? So just after the map, you see good first lines in blue button. Have we seen it now? We're all there now. Okay. So can we see the different flags of the countries? Are you sure everyone's following? Are you? I just hold on. Just a bit more. Let me follow up some people. That. It's a network. I don't want to move forward so you can see there. Okay, so I believe we're all on the same page now. Okay, so Andreas, you can take the next step.
Yeah. Okay, so if we're all on the same page, actually, let me just give you an easier example first. Just give me 1 second. So, okay, we're on the good first lines page. So we want to scroll down all the way to the bottom to where we see the Nigeria ones and this new Bangladesh one. Can everyone see the Bangladesh?
So you want people to scroll down till they see the Nigerian flag?
Yeah. So they scroll down to the bottom so they can see.
Are we doing?
So we're going to do the Bangladesh just because it's easier. But then if we want to do Nigeria,
so we're going to do Bangladesh.
Yeah. So
okay, Andres. Okay. So Andreas, you said we should do the Bangladesh one, right?
Yeah, just because it's easier for beginners.
Okay. So is everybody on the Bangladesh area now?
Yes.
So just as you can see on the screen, you've seen it.
So if you press on the Bangladesh one, and then you want to press on the ID editor button, like this. So press on this button, the green one. Has everyone managed to get to here? If you're not logged in, then you might have to just log in quickly.
Bangladesh. I think we should press. Just go down. So it's not fair, Marcus. So if you click on the Bangladesh one, you should get there. They're not there, right? Okay. So you have. My name is Tosin. Just call me Tosin. You're there. Andreas, not everyone's on the same page. So there's several Bangladeshis. So it's the one with the them and the ID picture, right?
They all have that, but the one at the very bottom. If you scroll down at the very bottom, the last one, it's the one that's next to the Nigeria ones. And then the button that you need to, so click on the Bangladesh button, and then you need to click on the ID editor button of Bangladesh.
No, you just need to click on the arrow by it. You don't have. So Andres, just hold on. Everyone is trying to. Yeah, it's already down. So is there any questions which can apply to the one? I do not. You already have it. Yeah, you can follow along. Okay. Okay. Yes, we have version OSM. Yes, everything is on our what's the thing, on the website. So if you see here where you have starter kits, so I'll share it with you. So it's on the website, our website, so everything. So I can write it for you. Okay, I'll write it. Andreas, just hold on. I don't think everyone's on the same page yet. A few people are.
Like this now. There's no Bangladesh after Nigeria, just like mine.
Okay.
If the movement shows us that we have an
I think it's because someone clicked on the wrong button and it archived the line, but I'll just put it back.
Okay. So you're trying to retrieve the Bangladesh one, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's no worries. It's
okay.
okay.
So once you
It
do
should be
this,
back.
everyone. So if we all refresh our screens, we should be able to see Bangladesh there.
Yeah. So please don't press on the completed line.
Okay. Can we see that? What? Okay. Yeah, you have it now, right? You can see. You see, this is what you're looking for. Bangladesh. Oh, this is for Nigeria. Are you refreshed? Yeah, please refresh because we just added it now. Okay, so you see Bangladesh here. If you click on the yeah. Okay. Okay. Andres, it looks like we're catching up now. So right, we're catching up. Okay. So next step now.
Yeah. Okay. So if everyone's here, press on the ID editor button, please, like that, and that should open a page with OpenStreetMap ID editor. If you haven't logged in or you don't have an account, well, yeah, please log in. So I'll wait a little bit.
Oh no, they're not supposed to click. They're not supposed to click on the green button. Else you have to do it again. Andres, I think you have to add Bangladesh again. Someone has clicked on the green button.
Okay. Yeah.
So you have to. So login detail is for OpenStreetMap. You know, we are not OpenStreetMap, but we do our work on OpenStreetMap. So you need to have an account. But I'm sure it should be easy to sign up. If not, you can join somebody else's work. Okay, I think Bangladesh is back now. Please don't click on the green button. So that, yes, please. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. So, but we are waiting for that. Yes. Don't click on complete line mapping because you have not completed it. So either GeoSM or ID, but it's using ID. So, no, we're using ID. It's created multiple because somebody keeps clicking. So just click on one. I think you should be able to get it. Just click on one. So we're using ID editor. So if you don't have, you need to have an account with OpenStreetMap to do this. So just to sign up with your email you get, and that's it. Okay, are we there now? Okay. Andres, apologies. Just a bit of
No
catching
worries.
up to do. Yeah. Are we making progress? Is anybody sure? We're going to go, Abby. Accounts. Okay. So it's just to sign up. Abby, maybe because if you click on maybe it's not is it
Let him go now.
okay, Andres, I think I just keep going so that we don't take too much time. Some
Okay.
people are already following ahead, but the rest will catch up.
Cool. So if you've managed to get to here, then I just chose this example because it's probably a bit easier than the Nigeria one I was showing. But as you can see here, there's a power tower and it's quite visible. You can even see the lines, the cables. And so the way that you would extend this, so we can all extend it, but let's not upload it because then we would all be uploading the same thing. But we can all do it and then just undo our progress. So how do you extend this? Well, first you want to see where the next power tower is. So I know the line's coming on from here. So it's probably going, and you can see the cables going like this. As you can see, the next one's here. So the way that you extend this line, you have two ways. The first one, which is better, is pressing on the tower and then pressing on your keyboard the letter A, like this. And as you can see, you can now extend. And then you would essentially go to the next one and just left click on the tower. Yeah. The other way of doing it is just creating a new line. So line like this, pressing on this tower, and then doing like this. So I'm just going to do the first one, press A on the keyboard, and then try and extend it to the next one like this, to the next one like this. And then you can press escape. And as you can see, I extended it a little bit, right? But I've pressed like, I've placed points, which we call nodes in OpenStreetMap, but I need to tag them. I need them to be towers. So the best way to do this is pressing on the power line. Pressing on the power line once and then do Control down. So that's Control down, like that. And on the left here, you should see Edit Features with all of the different features that are part of that line. So basically all of these high voltage towers, which I haven't mapped. And then as you can see, these 2 points are the ones that I have just placed, but I want to tag these 2 points. So in this case, since everything here are towers, then I can safely just go with the arrow here to the left and then type high voltage tower. And you will see high voltage tower, like that. And as you can see, those 2 points that were here, And so this one and this one, which I placed, are now correctly tagged as towers. Has everyone managed to do that?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to catch up with others.
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Our time is running.
How much time do I have left? Okay.
Just
Okay.
go ahead in the next 10 minutes.
Okay. So that's how you essentially extend a power line. And so so basically you can do that. And so here, for example, this one hasn't been finished. So what you could do is just extend it like this. Try and find the next one. As you can see, the tower is here. So I can just, like that. And then just continue like this. And so basically, this is quite simple. And at the end of a power line, you will, in most cases, reach a substation. So as we saw with the Nigeria one, if I go just back to the first Nigeria one, under Laos, as I showed you, a substation should look like something like this. So this is a big substation, and you have many power lines going in and out from it. So basically, let's say that you've mapped a line like this. So let's just pretend that we've mapped this one, and then you've reached the substation. Technically, what you could do is just leave it and then have a more experienced person. But if you want to connect the power line to the substation, you basically just connect it to the power portal. So it's like this sort of thing, like that. And then this point here, it isn't a tower. It's going to be an anchor portal. So anchor portal, like this. And as you can see, now you've managed to basically connect it. Now that's one thing. Now quickly, I'm going to show you how to, if this substation wasn't mapped, then how would you map it? So let me just disable everything. Like this. So imagine you arrived here and, oh, this whole thing wasn't mapped. The way that you map this is by creating an area here, like this. And then just doing the delimitation of the substation. So like 1 dot here, 1 dot there, here, there, like this. Try and be as precise as possible, but it's not the end of the world if you're not. Technically, this one's, yeah. Like this is fine. Like that. And so you've mapped the area, but you still need to tag it. So you press on the area, and the tag that you want to use is basically substation. So let me just enable, so substation here, and then you would tag the substation like that, basically. And then you can add other stuff if you have it, but for simple, it's just substation. So that's basically how you would tag a substation. So yeah, so that's how you map power lines, towers, and substations. I was going to show how to find your own lines because ideally you don't want to rely necessarily on these good first lines, but ideally you want to be able to know how to find them yourself, which I can show if you want, but it's a little bit more technical and I might run out of time. So do you think are you interested in that or?
Andreas, I think we have to wrap up because
Okay.
yeah, first there are other things after this. So yeah,
Yeah.
so but if you can, I'm sure we can share resources after now.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just share the YouTube video of the starter kit. So I'm just gonna, for people who are online. But all of this can be found on our website. So yeah, so basically, please just go through our website. Our starter kit page has all of the instructions. You can watch the YouTube video and you will learn how to do all of this. And yeah.
Thank you so much. This was really, really wonderful. Very hands-on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Does anybody have questions? Any questions? Anything?
If I just give a summary of what I think you think, then if I'm wrong, correct me. So that way we'll be able to. So, okay, Andres, you're with me. So just bear with me. So basically, what we are doing now is once we first open Map Your Grid, we get to map it. We scroll down to good first line. We'll be able to access points that has already been identified. We now use those points to navigate to nearby points or stations that are already on ground. Once you have mapped that and identified it, okay, once you have mapped that and identified it to be what it is, you tag it. So we all know how to tag, just as we tag our buildings from whether it's residential, sorry, road network, residential, unclassified, all those, we tag it as the power line. Once we tag it as power line, we go back to map your grid and click completed. I don't know if I'm correct. Completed.
Yeah,
so it's that you now go back to map grid to click completed.
So, so if you've completed it, then it's a good thing to click on that. So then other people don't waste their time and yeah.
Please, I have a question.
Yeah.
How do we identify the power towers? How do we identify
Yes.
them? Okay, another question is, are they always in a straight line? Are they always in a straight line? Then the third question is, what if you get to a location, there is no one already mapped there? So how do I start mapping if I don't see an already existing one there?
Okay, so they don't always go in a straight line, but they tend to. So obviously they can't always because you have mountains, buildings, or whatever in the way. But let's say the probability of the next one being in the same direction is higher than not. Then how can you identify them? So as I showed, so it's big gray metallic objects. But in many cases, you won't be able to see the gray metallic object, but you might be able to see the big shadow. So I would recommend just, for example, just going on Google and typing transmission tower, so you kind of understand what they kind of look like in real life. And then on satellite imagery, it's the big shadow and the gray metallic objects. But if you're not sure, then don't map it. That's fine. And then try and find the next one after. And the third question was, could you repeat the third question?
Okay, so I said, what if I load an area and there's no already existing one map?
Yes.
So how do I?
Yeah, so for that, in most cases with the good first lines, that won't happen. But if it does, if you load an area and there's nothing there and you see a tower, then you basically create a point. And like, let's say you're loaded like here. This is like, there's nothing here. You create a point, and then from that point, you can essentially create a line and then extend. So you're creating a line at the top here. And then you just continue, and then to tag the line, it's let me just show you like this, and you click on the line, and then you type power line like that. So that's how you would do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then. Is there any way to know the distance of the power lines? The distance between two
Yes.
power. Yeah. Okay.
So that's another, so that's another thing. So to find the next one, another trick is basically, on average, the distance between big transmission lines is between 250 meters and 400 meters. On ID editor, I'm actually not sure if you can do it, but I know if you're using JOSM, if I just show you quickly, at the bottom left, for example, if you do like this, you can see the meters. That's for JOSM. But for ID, I am not sure if you can see the distance, the distance, but just on average, it's around 300 meters. And another tip to find the next tower is that the distance between two power towers is most of the cases the same. So if the distance between this one and this one is like this, then you know that the next one is probably going to be around the same distance. So you obviously shouldn't be looking like a kilometer away because that's a bit too far, and it's not going to be in most cases right next to it, just because that's too close. But you've got different, like near substations, these rules are not necessarily the case. But if you're in like a big field, then most of them are, let's say, proportionate and follow the same distances, more or less.
Yeah, I think. Any question again? Okay, I think we're good. Huh? Okay, good. Yeah, okay. He said, guys, since everybody's doing the same thing, no need to upload this very well. But after the session, if you go on, you see them to avoid conflicts. Yes.
Just the link that you sent.
Yes.
Go there. All right. Thank you very much, Andreas and Tosin, George. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think, Andreas, we need to work together to organize a Mapathon for the grid network power line. Unique mappers and energy transition. So let's work to see how to organize a Mapathon before the year runs out.
Let's do that. And also, if any of you are in State of the Map Africa in Tanzania, I will be there as well. So.
Oh, beautiful. So we are going to see there. Thank you.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
We see how to organize. We will chat. I think, we'll discuss. So that in the next 1 month we can host a virtual Mapathon for unique mappers, OpenStreetMap Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So before we have a closing ceremony and give the certificates, let's just show us a little of what has been done this year. We had a World Cleanup Day in September, and our community members from different parts of Nigeria, especially we had Abuja, Enugu here. Enugu was led by Nulu, Obianinulu. So with the team here, the Lion Mappers here, and at Abuja, we also have a team there. And here in Port Harcourt, we had a team that participated in World Cleanup Day. But the most important thing is that we're able to collect, we're able to not just clean up the environment, but we're able to map the waste disposal point. We're able to map the points, the liters, and so on. And mapping them includes using our camera to take a snapshot. And with that snapshot, we got the georeferencing of those points, and it was shared on the WhatsApp group, where we now use those pictures, and then they also share their location. So as they share their location, we're able to pick the points, and at the end of the day, we now have a map that was produced using your WhatsApp data collection, which means that you can actually create a WhatsApp group, and then you add your team, and wherever they are, they drop their location on the WhatsApp, and whatever data they are collecting, you will automatically pick them. And by the time it gets to this point, you'll be able to have your map showing the field data collection points. And that is what you are seeing here. You can see the different points. Prof, I'm sure this is a more interactive map that shows the picture of the waste. This is not a static map, and that is why this is an interactive. Yes, you can see the OpenStreetMap. Yes, you can see you can see the major points there. You have the points that were collected in Rivers State, 31 points, and then this is the University of Port Harcourt. Yeah, that's the University of Port Harcourt. So about 31 points were collected. Zoom in so you can see the pictures of okay, so you come to Enugu. Yeah, this is Enugu here. Yeah, you can see the points of waste collection that was carried out by Nulu and his team and her team here. So during the World Cleanup Day, as part of the Unique Mappers network, you can see the points. Then you go to Abuja also. Go to Abuja, we have the Unique Mappers network, the Unique Mappers Abuja. They also collected about 3 points there. So while cleaning up the environment during the cleanup day, we also map what we are doing, and that is part of the global action. And the most exciting thing is that the volunteers were able to have this interactive map, and they were able to learn that yes, you can use your WhatsApp to collect data, and at the end of the day, you'll be able to have an interactive map that shows the picture of what you have collected in the field. So it's not just what do you call it, waste. You can actually use it to collect, and all those locations and images were dropped on the WhatsApp group, and from there it was saved in a file, and by the time it was uploaded into the chat, you can see that it was visualized. The platform that's used for interactive map like this is called UMap. So you can use your UMap to provide to produce your interactive map. But you can always see that the base map is OpenStreetMap. And with this, anywhere you share it, it becomes open, and anyone can actually access it, other than just producing a static map. Yeah, so I know you may have questions. You have questions. WhatsApp, your WhatsApp, that's the name of the software. I said UMap. Okay, look at it. UMap. Okay. This UMAP was synchronized with hotosm.org, which means that we can have, if we have a website of geoinformatics department, geoinformatics and surveying, we can actually, synchronize this UMAP to your website, and then UMAP, umap.org. Yes. So with that, you can actually visualize. You can visualize your map. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know you have a lot of questions that we want to close up here. And we just want to show you what we are doing at Unique Mappers. And we want every one of you to be part of the community. And we are going to learn more. Yes. Okay.
My question is, if everybody, since it's an open street, open map, and everybody have access and can make inputs, what about people making erroneous inputs that will, impact negatively or whatever information?
Okay, thank you very much. For this one now, you can see that it's already customized. I only have access to it, except I want to share the link. If I share the link to you, you can have access to it. Do you understand? But the OpenStreetMap itself, once you have your username and you log in, it means that you can contribute to OpenStreetMap. It's either you're mapping building, or you're mapping road, or you're mapping power line, or you're mapping land use. Whatever you are mapping is open to everyone globally. But the most important thing you should know is that OpenStreetMap, since its inception in 2004, it was an MSc student cartography in UCL, London. It was his project, and eventually it became a global stuff. And now United Nations is using it. What are they using it to do? They are using it to map countries that they have conflicts. They are mapping Sudan. They are mapping those different countries. And why are they mapping those countries? They want to use the map to address issues of relief. Are you getting that? Because if we have a building footprint, it enables us to have an estimate number of people in a particular community. If we have the number, because in OpenStreetMap, it gives you the total number of buildings there, because volunteers are digitizing buildings. So when it gives you the total number of buildings, you can actually use it to have your estimate. For an average of 4 persons in Nigeria per family, census, looking for data that you cannot easily get. You want to, United Nations, Red Cross, MSF wants to respond to a vulnerable community. This is the map they use. And that is why we say OpenStreetMap is a map that saves lives. So we use it to respond to vulnerable communities, because the data that is contributed there helps the emergency responders to address issues at the moment. Now, what are those data that you can easily find? You talk about building, roads, and so on. Now, whoever contributes and map buildings, roads, and whatever there, and immediately after mapping, we still have validators, people that goes after you to check what you have mapped. You are just joining, you are signing up. If you now sign up today, and then you go back home, and then you see a tree canopy, and that tree canopy looks like a round hut in Benue State. And then instead of mapping a round hut, you now go ahead to map tree canopy that's you know, you are looking at the satellite imagery and it looks like what? A hut. By the time you map 2, 3, or 4, somebody will send a message to you to let you know that you are wrongly mapping. Yes, because if you map a tree canopy and then you select buildings, or you map a tree canopy and you say is a substation, do you understand? And you name it substation. There are validators, there are advanced mappers that goes to check that. And by the time it is checked, that is how the accuracy of this world map is being sustained. Microsoft is interested in it. Facebook have employed staff that are mapping on it. And a lot of organizations. And I've had students, unique mappers members, that I think there was one in Oka. There's a road, you know, since you are digitizing, a layer has already been digitized for the road. And then he went and digitized it again. So you now have 2 layers for that particular Onitsha Oka Expressway. So, and a message was sent to him from Microsoft. My friend, go and delete that. For 2 days, no. So for Microsoft, they had to send me a message as the OpenStreetMap community leader in Nigeria. Please look at so username. He has mapped rubbish. So if you intend to vandalize it, there are people who are watching over it, because it is a democratized geospatial database, map of the people, for the people, and by the people. So it is our map. We are freely building it. And since we are freely building it, we are also responsible in doing what? Keeping it accurate and making sure that everyone gets it. And that is why we say that it takes the whole world to map the map of the world. So, and it requires volunteers. We know we have some organizations like that are mapping it for commercial purposes. Even here in Enugu, we have some of our community members that are employed and then by some organization, and they pay them. And they are using it because on that platform, instead of you going to buy satellite imagery and then bring it into your ArcGIS or QGIS and begin to digitize whatever features, you go to OpenStreetMap and then get your and then do whatever you want to do and export, because whatever you have in OpenStreetMap, you can actually export it. You have your land use, that land cover there. You have a lot. You have a lot there. And the advanced countries are making use of it very well. That's why it's called a global community. So OpenStreetMap is a global project, is a global community, which involves, which Unique Mappers Network is the OpenStreetMap community in Nigeria. And then the State of the Map Nigeria conference is a conference that is branded to OpenStreetMap. So that globally we have State of the Map, specifically talking about OpenStreetMap. So we want to know to what extent are we driving OpenStreetMap project in Nigeria? And that's why the name came State of the Map. You would have said State of the OpenStreetMap. It says State of the Map because it's a global map. So in Tanzania next month, we'll be meeting at State of the Map Africa, for where the African community will be coming together, and there will be a lot of presentations. Sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the Global State of the Map Conference just was concluded a few weeks ago in Manila, Philippines. And then we have State of the Map US, we have State of the Map Europe, we have State of the Map Asia. So for State of the Map Nigeria, Unique Mappers Network has been anchoring that, and it's licensed conference. So Unique Mappers Network has been responsible since 2022, and that is why we call it a movement. And from Port Harcourt, University of Port Harcourt, to NASDA in 2023, Abuja, collaborated with NASDA Abuja. And then last year, we collaborated with Afrigist Ile-Ife. And this year, we are here. And we have collaborated with the University of Nigeria and Geoinformatics and Surveying departments. So I want to appreciate every one of you for making this conference this year a huge success. I want to thank our head of department, Associate Professor, Variable Surveyor, Ndukwe Emmanuel Chemelu. He has been there, all our meeting. He has been very, very supportive to see that this conference, even though he came on board just shortly, and immediately we informed him, he signed up and he followed up. We went for the courtesy visit to UNN to see the Vice Chancellor, and since then he has been joining, and you can see that he has provided this venue for us. And yesterday, he also paid for the diesel, he paid for the cleaning up of the place, and so on, even without funding from anywhere. So we want to really appreciate him. On our way going to Nsukka, he provided the vehicle, and we were able to go. We want to also appreciate, let's clap for him, please. So we want to also appreciate our prof here. He's a emeritus professor. So that is my own emeritus professor, my mentor. I want to appreciate you, and you've been there all this while. In fact, from the day we say we are starting this conference, he took it up upon himself. He went to see the DVC. He went to see, even has gone to see the Surveyor General concerning this conference, Surveyor General of Enugu State. He met with him, and he did a lot. During, even submitted some letters for us. And he is here. Yesterday he has been here, and today he has been here. And I want to say that just like he mentioned in his remark, part of the passion for this conference emanated from my PhD work that he supervised. And that was, I think that's the major PhD work in OpenStreetMap that has been done so far. And I want to say that that PhD work is what emerged this unique mappers network that we are having today. It is also what emerged Lion Mappers team that we have today, Lion Mappers team in Nsukka and Enugu, because we are looking at how can we engage volunteers. And by the time we discover that, not just engaging volunteers in mapping, that there is also a conference that is attached to it. And in 2022, I was sponsored to Italy for State of the Map Global, just to learn how this conference is hosted. And right there at Italy, if you check some of the pictures, you will see that one of the branded pictures in the conference was taken at Italy, and the banner of Unique Mappers was there. And we've been working. We have what we call, for those of us in academics, we have what we call OSM science. OSM science. And there's a lot of work, research work that's going on. So globally. So we have people who are in OSM science. And one of my supervisor, Professor Maria Brovelli, and others were part of it. And I just want to appreciate him for being there, and for all the encouragement. And I'm sure for him to participate in this conference, he is young again. So we brought this conference because you are there. Yes. Okay, now my prof and mentors plea through this conference, yes, is that now that the new HOD, the Associate Professor Echemelu is on board, that his tenure will bring forth the emergence of cartography department in UNEC. Can we just give a round of applause? And I want to say that Unique Mappers Network, I'm Dr. Victor Sunday, the National Coordinator. I want to say that we are open and ready to support the HOD and to support the department and to support our prof to see that this department will be the first in the country that will come up in the university. I want to tell you that it will be a credit to the department, it will be a credit to the university. And because that proposal has gone to the point of the Senate approval, we want to say that please, our able HOD, follow it up so that we can actualize it and have that department. Let's put every politics aside and look at the impact it's going to make, because we have stakeholders that we are going to bring along and ensure that it comes up. So thank you, everyone. We have potential students. So we'll be giving out the certificates right away, but let's give opportunity to reactions. I know our HOD had something to say. Thank you. And then we'll be able to go to the opening ceremony.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Open Map, Mr. Open Street Map of Nigeria. Yes. Yes. So it's been a pleasure. It's nice being part of this conference. I appreciate everybody, especially the national coordinator and all the participants that showed up. You are welcome. You are well appreciated, and thank my colleagues who are here, who supported the program by being present. Want to, of course, appreciate Professor Alokaka. Once a professor, always a professor. So, Prof, you are welcome. Thank you very much for your input. Thanks to everybody. Victor, you are very resilient. You are a very powerful man. You don't give up easily. Thanks to you for making this conference a reality. I always wonder how this young Nulu is always meeting up. I've met him in so many events within and outside the country. I met her at Poland. Nulu. I met her at Poland during the FIG conference. I met her again at Ghana about 2 years ago at FIG conference. Meeting her in so many places. Now meeting her here at the nation map, and at each occasion she has been playing a very prominent role. Keep it up, my dear. You go a long way. I want to reassure the Prof that the request, particularly on these cartography departments that he has been pursuing, that we do everything possible within our capacity to follow up from where he stopped, because he has taken the proposal to a very great height, to great extent. So we will not relent to see it become a reality. So, Prof, I'm assuring you that we'll try our best. It will it will be to our credit, just like some people have said that we're able to within our, no, not just within our regime, but in our department, have such a branch of science, mapping, cartography. So I don't want to waste our time. Appreciate everybody. Thank you very much. You have come, you've seen, you've conquered. Come again. Yes, I want you to come again. It's not the end. There could be other areas of collaboration. So we are open to collaboration. We are not, this is not the end. God bless you. God bless you again.
So we want to just go ahead to give some of the certificates that we have here. All participants, registered participants will receive their certificates, certificate of participation through their email. But we want to recognize those that actually volunteered. In fact, when it comes to conferences like this, it's not quite easy, getting people together to volunteer because the economic situation is biting and everybody wants to see what is my take home from here, from this thing I'm giving my energy to. But you can see that despite the situation, we had people that gave their time. Some had to travel to one place or the other. Some had to provide video. Some have to do one thing or the other. And in that volunteering, they didn't ask for anything. They all volunteered passionately. We want to appreciate every one of them. So we want to start with this volunteer certificate. Salvation Pere Oko, can you just run out? Can you run out? Run out. Moses Emmanuel, run out. Yeah, Moses Emmanuel. Okay, Ike Chukunonyelem. Possible Fidelis. In fact, her video was so powerful. Her video was so powerful. Her video. Martins-Ateli Grace. She did worked in the media and all our graphic design. The certificates, the jotter, she produced them. And then we have our program lead, our capacity program lead, Kinsley Chukwuemeka. He came all the way from Kwara State to make sure that this conference, and he has been working very, very hard. Thank you very much. So we call on Professor Chukwunoyele to give this one. Yes. So we want to yes, this one is certificate of appreciation. We have some of them. Yes. So we have certificate of appreciation, and sincerely we want to appreciate these ones for making this conference a success. In one way or the other, they worked very, very hard, and especially to our variable surveyor associate Ndukwe Chiemelu. We want to appreciate it. Moses Emmanuel. certificate of appreciation. We want to say thank you. Yes, and we have Obianinulu Oduwegwu, the powerful lady that went to make sure that she distributes the letters to different organizations. And immediately she came in, things started moving from. And we have Salvation Pere Oko. Thank you so much. He went to Aba to bring these t-shirts, and he arrived 12 midnight to Port Harcourt to make sure that we have these t-shirts that was produced at Aba, and he has been working very, very hard. Thank you so much. Possible Fidelis for the great work you have done, for working with us at State of the Map Nigeria 2025. And then we have all our printables. She did that in case you need anything anywhere. Then we also have Ikechukwu Nonyele. We want to appreciate you. All our mails, we just print and say, please go and deliver here. He said, no problem. Go and find out about this hall. He will go. Go and do this. He keeps on, responding. We want to thank you so much for working with us. State of the Map Nigeria 2025. And then, because his father is involved. Okay, Kinsele Chukwuemeka Amankwe. Let's clap for him. This is a powerful program lead. You can see the mails you receive. Everything. All right. And then, Tosin has gone. So we want to appreciate our own prof for the great work we have done. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate myself. So we can go ahead and talk, sir.
Okay, just briefly, I want to say that, I think you, I think you started your PhD 2015, right? Or 2015. So, and at a point, I called him several times to be faster that he can, he could graduate before I leave. But he was busy touring Europe. He was busy touring Europe about this very project. So it is not a law. He worked for it. He worked for it to bring you to this point. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is all I want to say about him. He's very, very hardworking.
Okay, let him present to me.
Okay. Good. Thank you for your hard work, and you continue to move this organization forward, ever, backward, never.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think my PhD work was one of the ones that got external supervisor from Italy, Professor Maria Brovele. When I presented my proposal in 2019, the board say, is this supervisor, because he was She was the second supervisor, and they said the board graduate school need to approve that. And eventually graduate school approved that. And with that, she continued. And Prof actually, sometimes Prof will call me by 6 a.m. and say, bring your work, bring your work. That we want to thank God that all has worked together for good. And we want to appreciate every one of you. I want to hand over to our program lead. Where's our program lead? Yes, come and give us a closing remark. And where are we going to next year? We must continue this movement. And let's hear also from our participant from Ebonyi State. I think he's joining us. I want to appreciate him. Yeah.
Well, I would have said I'm running out of time, but just to show my appreciation to the organizers of this event. It's wonderful. It's an eye-opener for me. It goes a long way to prove that no knowledge is lost. And as far as we are alive, we continue to learn. I'm an environmental consultant. I don't know anything about mapping. If I do any job that requires mapping, I know those to meet. But in the organization where I belong, I saw an advert. I was wondering, for many days I was wondering, state of the map Nigeria, state of the map. Are we going to look at Nigerian map and see how it can be refashioned? Are they going to, what is it all about? After some time, okay, I want to come and see what it's all about. I registered. So I couldn't make it the first day. I'm okay, say 28 to a letter I came yesterday from Ebonyi State, and that's where I'll be going back now. So I want to thank the organizers. I've really learned a lot. If next year is organized, please, I want to know the venue because I want to come. And with time, I think I will graduate from even participating in Nigeria to anywhere it's organized, Africa or elsewhere. I want to advise our young ones to learn to be teachable, to learn always, not to give their time to mundane things, social media. Well, I know everybody here is responsible. I would have added Yahoo because it has really spoiled the future of many youth today. Reading is no longer in the agenda. Growing academically or in career is no longer in the agenda. But if you learn, when you are moving, when you are walking, anywhere you are confident of yourself. If I am not thriving in my career and I enter a terrain where everybody is a stranger, I know how I'll be feeling. I'll be standing on one leg. So, and that is what it is when you are half-baked. You are in a school, you don't allow school to pass through you. So anywhere you are, learn. Even if it is knowing the road to guest house now. I think I can go there confidently because I've been there once. So anything you learn is something in life. Thank you very much, organizers, especially the National Coordinator.
Can we just have all the local organizing committee members? Can you run out here, please? Let's hold hands and declare 2025 State of the Map Nigeria close. Where are all this local organizing committee? If you're a member of the local organizing committee, can you just come? Can you just come? Yes. Okay. Let's do it in a white man's way. Yes, everybody come. Yeah. Hold your hand. Yes. All the local organizers, come and join us. It's showing. It's on, eh? Yeah. Yes. Yes. So are you not part of us? Okay, it's okay, no problem. Is there? So, state of the map. Yes. I hope it's there. Yeah. State of the map. Nigeria 2025. Close. Let's take it again. Let's take it again. State of the map Nigeria 2025. So thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. Okay, we'll take it one more. What is it? Okay, one snap us again. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Just snap. It's snap. To block
Please.
my face, it's not my face.
Oh, wait, let me carry my cap.
Okay, so don't even have a pic.
All right. Yes. State of the map 2025. Close.
Okay, so
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, everyone. Both in-person participants or virtual participants. We've had Tinto joining us throughout the program. We've had Joachim, one of our keynote speakers. We really appreciate everyone, and we anticipate to see us all in Benue State next year. Come State of the Map Nigeria 2023. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.